Good morning, everyone. My name is Maria Guillen, and I'm here to welcome and say hello to those of you here in person on this lovely Fresno City College campus, and those of you attending via Zoom in your lovely homes. You are all welcome, and we invite you to engage and fully participate in today's training that we very succinctly titled Represent. So let me identify the we I'm referring to. As some of you know and have probably participated in others, this is a continuing series of the Empowerment Institute, and the sponsors of today's event include the Central Labor Council of Fresno, Madera, Tulare, and Kings County. It also is brought to you by the Central Valley Partnership and the Dolores Huerta Foundation. We were also happy to have representatives from these groups, along with other community activists, very vested and experienced activists, to include folks from SEIU 521, Sierra Club, and Valley Forward, etc. We all met to help plan this event for you. The intent was to hold a session that will help promote the concept that in our democracy, we rely on and sometimes urge certain individuals to step up to represent in either elected positions and/or civic commissions or boards. I was very energized by the very cool one-word title, Represent. So much so that I deconstructed the letters in the word to help me keep track as I share more about why we are glad you are here. So R, regardless of party affiliation, whether you identify as a Republican, Democrat, Green Party, Independent, Working's Family Party, or any other aspirational party, you are welcome here. E, environment. We hope to create an environment for all of us to learn from one another, network, and meet new folks, and perhaps transcend any fears or anxieties about running for office. P is for Pueblo. We are of the Pueblo. We are the people, and as the saying goes, we are the ones we've been waiting for. Before I drift into more poetry, what comes next is R for reality. We will not negate the reality that there are certain fundamental tools and guidance that you'll want to lead with. We got you covered. E is for excitement. Collectively, we hope to spark excitement by sharing stories and hearing about some of your plans and aspirations. Building excitement is critical for recruiting a good team and growing a volunteer base vested in your campaign. This brings us to strategy. Not my particular strong suit, but fortunately for you all, we have a very competent strategist presenting in the afternoon. Then there is E for empowerment. Our overreaching goal is to empower our communities to develop leadership and a plan for a sustainable future. So here's a shout out to the Empowerment Institute for their focus and clarity in creating these learning spaces. The final letter is T for time. We hope to demonstrate how much we value and respect your time. We want you to consider your time here as a wise investment. That's my welcome. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to introduce the Interim Executive Director of the Dolores Huerta Foundation, Cecilia Castro.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. So happy to see so many folks here, and we are just so honored to get to a co-sponsor of this event, the Dolores Huerta Foundation. We have folks joining us here from Tulare, from Wasco, and some folks from California City, so all throughout the Central Valley from the Dolores Huerta Foundation, and excited to be joining all of you today. I really encourage everyone to get a chance to meet others in the room because this seems like a really powerful space of really important folks wanting to learn more about this. So again, thank you so much, and I'll pass it on. Thank you.
That all being said, we have a really wonderful program, and now we're getting into it next. So I'll be presenting in a bit, but we're really excited to have Randy Villegas here, Dr. Randy Villegas, who is not only a professor, but he is an elected trustee for the Visalia Unified School Board. So please give it up for Randy Villegas.
All right, welcome everyone. I'm really excited to be here with all of you, and I want to start by congratulating all of you for being here today, this Saturday morning. Whether you're a first-time candidate, or you're supporting somebody on staff, or you're a volunteer, or you're just here to learn more, because knowledge is power, and so I hope you all feel much more empowered after today's workshop, right? So I'm here to talk to you a little bit about why serve. This might be kind of a bit for candidates, but really it's why serve in general, whether you're volunteering, working on a campaign, you're the candidate, or doing things behind the scenes. There's so many reasons to get involved, and so I'm here to share a little bit about why I got involved in this kind of work, right? So I like to start all of my presentations kind of giving folks the same advice that I give my students and the same advice that I gave my wife many, many years ago, which is lower your expectations and we're gonna have a great time together, right? I'm joking, of course. I have very high expectations for all of you as candidates, as volunteers, as community members, as advocates. But I'm so excited to be here today and with so many folks who are here to provide you with so many resources for support for you to be successful, right? And so, like many of you, I grew up here in the Central Valley, and to be honest, growing up, I was one of those kids who always told myself, you know, as soon as I turn 18, I'm leaving Bakersfield, and I'm leaving the Central Valley because it's hot as hell in the summers, it smells like cow poop, and all the reasons, right? And today I couldn't be farther from that mentality. I'm very proud to be from the Central Valley. I'm proud to represent the Valley in so many spaces. And I hope that you all will have that mentality as well, regardless of where you go, you know, post this workshop training. But I grew up here in the Valley. I'm the son of immigrants. I'll talk about that a little bit more. But I'm also a former community college student. So just like this wonderful facility that we have here, thank you to our Federation of Teachers and all our awesome instructors and staff that make this happen. I grew up and I went to Bakersfield College, and so it's there where I really started kind of getting a little bit more involved in the community. I took my first poli-sci class. My professor walked in the room wearing like chanclas and a Hawaiian shirt, and just kind of immediately started joking with students. And that's kind of where the seed was planted, and I was really excited. I was like, hey, this looks kind of cool. Maybe I want to do this someday. But it's at Bakersfield College where I started getting involved more in the community. Started doing a couple of community internships. I interned for a state assembly member. And then I started writing a little bit about things going on in my community with an organization called South Kern Soul, which is a youth media hub. I'll talk about that a bit more. I then decided to transfer to CSU Bakersfield to finish my education. I knew I wanted to do something post-grad. Like, I don't know, I wanted to become a lawyer or go to grad school. And initially the plan was I was gonna help my parents with their immigration case, right? I wanted to help them become citizens of this country because growing up, that was always a fear for me and always a fear for my siblings that they could be ripped apart from us at any moment. And so if you notice, you know, the graduation hat there, all credit goes to my wife because I'm a terrible artist, but it says they crossed the border, so I crossed the stage. And that's a photo of me and my folks when I graduated from CSU Bakersfield. And then came a time where I was trying to figure out what to do again. Do I go to law school, take the LSAT, do I go to grad school? Do I just start working right away to help my family? Even more during this time, and during high school, I worked with my family a lot. I grew up working in the swap meet, helping my family every Sunday, waking up 5:30, 6 in the morning to make sure we were ready to go by 7. I taught a bunch of music programs while in college and high school and in drum lines. I worked as a research assistant at CSU Bakersfield, and I also worked as a journalist for South Kern Soul. So constantly working at the same time as going to school full time. And that was a challenge, but it was also a big motivator for me to think about, well, why is it that, higher education is so underfunded? Why is it that the schools that I went to, I felt like I didn't receive an equal education to my peers who had much more access to other AP classes and extracurriculars that my school didn't have access to? And I started asking more and more of these questions. And thankfully here, I met a few very inspiring instructors who encouraged me to apply to grad school. And specifically, Dr. Janine Crable at CSUB said, you should apply to PhD programs. And I was kind of like, yeah, right. I'm the first one in my family to graduate from university. I don't have a master's degree. I'm barely gonna get my bachelor's. How does that even work? And she explained to me that if you are a competitive applicant, that programs might accept you and you can basically earn your master's degree along the way. And so I applied to several different programs, kind of shot my shot, not really expecting to get in anywhere, and thankfully got accepted to almost everywhere I applied. And so I earned a full fellowship to UC Santa Cruz to their PhD program, where I began to study politics with a designated emphasis in Latin American and Latino studies. And as soon as I left Bakersfield and the Valley, I knew immediately that I wanted to come back, that was always the goal, right? To work here in the Valley, to help change things here in the Valley. Because like many of you know, we have a lot of brain drain, right? We have so many young people with so much potential that leave the Valley and then never come back because they think that they have to leave, because that's what they're told, right? You have to get away from here, you have to go somewhere else. And what I tell my students today is that we need more boomerangs and less shot putters, right? Shot putters, they take their object, they throw it really far, land in one spot as far away as they can, and it kind of stays there, right? But instead, I want you to be boomerangs, all of you to be boomerangs as well, right? Which is to say, go get that life experience, go get that college experience, go get that work experience, whatever that might be for you, but then come back to the Central Valley and help make it a better place. Because that's never gonna change unless we begin to change the status quo, right? And thank you. Fortunately for me, right at the height of COVID, I applied to work at College of the Sequoias, community college just about an hour south of here in Tulare in Kings County. And was offered a one-year temporary position. This was the first time I was able to put on the master's regalia with some of my students. And then thankfully the next year reapplied and was hired in a tenure track position. And so I began working full-time, but also continued to work on my PhD full-time, which thankfully 2 years ago I completed, defended my dissertation. So technically I am, thank you. Here's a photo of me and my folks at graduation. So technically I'm Dr. Villegas, but I also tell my students, you can call me Randy. And the reason I say that is because, I may have read a few more books than you, I have some fancy letters at the end of my last name, but if you want to do those things, you can do that too, and you can do even more, right, regardless of whatever your goals are. And that's taken from a professor at Bakersfield College many, many years ago by the name of Dr. Jess Nieto, who was a big inspiration to me in my kind of academic trajectory. And it's just me and my wife and our 2 dogs, Cinnamon and Spice. So, yeah, also my greatest supporter, to this day. She's now doing her PhD program. I tell people, she does real science because I did poli-sci. So she's doing biochemistry over at Santa Cruz, which is where I'll be heading today. And so throughout my journey, I grew through journalism and organizing, specifically in Bakersfield and Kern County, and in thinking about why serving, I was reflecting on some of this, right? In 2018, I was given the opportunity to moderate a debate between the top 2 candidates for State Superintendent of Public Instruction, Tony Thurman and Marshall Tuck. I was able to kind of ask questions to local elected officials about resources, about budget, about why some schools were getting some resources that other schools were not, why some schools had access to AP courses that other schools did not, right? And thinking through what equity meant to our students, to our staff, and to our community, right? And one thing that was consistently, kind of brought up was this lack of participation, right? And this need to have a seat at the table. In many of these cases where elected officials were not eager to give you a seat at the table or to give you a voice or to give you a podium to speak about the issues that you care about. And so I carry this quote with me that I share with students as well by Shirley Chisholm, which is, if they don't give you a seat at the table, bring a folding chair, right? And bring another folding chair for your friends, for your family, for other community members to advocate for the issues that you care about. And so in thinking through why serve and why participate, I think about all the different capacities that you can serve as an advocate, as a community member, and then ultimately as an elected official, right? Many of you future elected officials sitting right here in this room. Why I decided to serve is tied to a number of different reasons, right? This is a photo taken 2016, where unfortunately we had a community member by the name of Balmeet Singh in Bakersfield who had been attacked outside of a Habit Burger. He was approached by an older white gentleman, and Balmeet Singh is sick, meaning that he wears a turban around his head, he has facial hair as part of his articles of faith, and he was approached by this older white gentleman outside of a Habit Burger in Bakersfield, California, who just came up to him and started yelling at him, screaming at him at the top of his lungs, saying, "You're a Muslim, you're a terrorist, get the F out of my country," and threw his drink at him, right? And this made national headlines, hate crimes on the rise, specifically in Bakersfield, California. And so we brought community members together in the pouring rain to hold a rally to say that we weren't going to stand for racism or Islamophobia and intolerance in our community. And we brought out bald meat. And one thing I'll always respect about him is that when media asked him, why don't you just tell the guy that you weren't a Muslim, that you were sick? His response was essentially, why would I do that? Why would I throw an entire community under the bus, right? Why would I validate this sort of stereotype that was going on? And so many elected officials even afraid to say the words Islamophobia, right? This next photo, behind these big old Bota letters, you might notice some barbed wire fence. This was taken outside of the Mesa Verde Immigration Detention Center in 2016, where we held a rally. And about a week before that, I had been able to meet with a young woman named Norma, who was 26 years old from Guatemala. She had fled her country because her boyfriend had been killed, and she was fearful that she was next. And so she came here to the United States to hopefully stay with her sister, to plead asylum, and to have a better life for her and her children. And Norma had been inside that detention center for 6 months, still waiting a court date. And I remember sitting across from her. At this point, I'm a young community college student. I was writing a story about some of the conditions inside the prison. And I asked her, what do you want to tell people on the outside? And she said, I want to let folks know that we don't come to this country to steal jobs or depend on anyone. We come here because it's a land of opportunity, the opportunity for a better life, a better living condition for our families. And so those are words that resonated deeply with me as the son of immigrants and 2 undocumented parents at the time, right? And I asked her, when do you have recreation time? And she said, these days and these days, from this time to this time. And I said, great, we're gonna plan something around that time, right? Because I had been inspired by seeing a video clip of Juanes and John Legend performing outside of a prison in Arizona. And I was like, hell yeah, let's get Juanes and John Legend to come to Bakersfield, right? As if we had that kind of budget, which we didn't. But we did have community members who cared a lot. And so we were able to raise some funds, and we were able to hire a banda. For those of you who don't know, a group with large brass instruments to play music outside during the rally as we called for humane and just immigration reform, to let folks know inside that we were still advocating for them, that we're still fighting for them, for their rights, for their families, and for them to have a better opportunity, right? And 2017, I helped lead a May Day March with a coalition of folks from all across the Central Valley, where not only did we talk about immigration reform, we talked about mental health, we talked about gender inequality, we talked about police brutality, educational justice, so many different issues all coming together. I don't like how they put us next to Kim Jong-un, but it is what it is that day, right? And the reason I share this is because this was really an intersectional effort at organizing with so many folks across the community, even at times the political spectrum, folks coming out to advocate for our community, particularly under this time. We have family separations beginning to happen as well, and so much more, right? And to start to close off here, I wanted to share this quote with you all. It says, being the son of undocumented parents motivated me to be a voice for the voiceless. I cast my ballot knowing that it not only represented me, but also my parents and a lot of people in my community who don't have the opportunity and the privilege to vote. And in Spanish, el ser hijo de padres indocumentados me motivó para ser la voz de los sin voz. Sabía que mi voto no solo me representaba a mí, sino también a mis padres y a muchas personas en mi comunidad que no tenían la posibilidad ni el privilegio de votar, right? And so those are words shared by yours truly that are currently at the California State Capitol Museum. So that's my big head next to my bigger head. And I share this with you not to make my head any bigger, but to say that you are all here for a reason. You are passionate about your communities, you are passionate about the issues, and you can be that change in your community as well, right? Whether you're running for city council, federal office, state office, school board, water district, there's so many ways you can get involved. And really be a voice for those who don't have that same privilege. Whether you have undocumented people in your community, whether you have young people who are under the age of 18 and can't cast their ballot yet, whether you are in a different state and folks don't have the same access due to felony records, or even here in California where felons can't vote currently in prisons, right? And so there's so many ways that you running for office, you helping behind the scenes, you volunteering for your community, is not only a representation of yourself or the candidate or whatever platform you're running on, but is really and should be representative of your community, right? Broader beyond that, the people you serve, the people you fight for, and the people who are also going to hold you accountable when you get into that position, right? And that's what happened with me. After moving to Visalia, about 6 months later, I had been following some of the school board stuff going on. I saw that they had rejected a third year of math graduation requirement, which to me was like, why? Why are we doing this, right? We have some of the lowest higher educational achievements in the nation. I think we're the #1 least educated city in the nation in terms of bachelor's degree attainment in higher education. And so I was thinking, why are we putting up more barriers for students, right? Why are we not encouraging A through G, which is the minimum requirements to get into CSU or UC? And so I've been following some of the stuff going on, and it was on my birthday where I saw an article that came out that a trustee had come under fire because they said some very homophobic things to a teacher at one of the high schools. That teacher was asking that trustee to potentially put forth a Pride Month resolution to honor district staff and students and LGBTQ members of the community, to affirm them and their rights and their belonging in the district. And that trustee ended up kind of resigning in disgrace after those comments. And so there was a vacancy on the board, and I saw like, oh wow, I actually live in this district. I'd only been living there in 6 months. And so I applied for that appointment, honestly thinking I probably wouldn't get it because I'd only been living there for 6 months, right? But I want to practice what I preach to my students, get involved, serve your community, etc. And so I applied, trying to think of how much time I have here, and I ended up getting it in a very crazy turn of events, right? Immediately after, I decided to run for office, and thankfully I'm elected to serve on the Visalia Unified Board of Trustees. And so why serve? There's so many things that I've been able to impact in just my short time, about 2.5 years that I've been serving. Thinking about increased education, increased funding for visual and performing arts programs. Thinking about how we deal with student discipline, right? One example I always love to bring up is we had a student at an elementary school who was engaging in some vandalism at their school, unfortunately, in the bathrooms. And we could have responded in a couple of ways. We could have responded like my high school experience, where we had 7 times the national suspension and expulsion rate and disciplined this child very heavily, right? Which to me is crazy. How do you expel or suspend an elementary student, right? We could have done that, but we didn't. Instead, we asked questions like, what kind of outlets are we providing the student to express themselves, right? What kind of things are going on at home that are causing the student to engage in vandalism? So we talked to the student, we explained the consequences of behavior, etc., right, and what can happen. But we also did something else. We invested in that student. We hired a professional graffiti artist to start a graffiti art club at that elementary school, which that student joined and so many other students joined as well. And from there on out, we have had 0 incidents of vandalism at that elementary school, right? So what does that show us? It shows us that when we have people who are there to advocate for students, who are ready to think about transformational change, who are ready to think about how to disrupt the status quo, that we can enact change and transformative change in our communities, right? What can you do, thank you, what can you do in that position as a city council member, as a school board member, as an elected official, or even as a volunteer, right? And thinking about how to transform your communities, whether that is through educational justice, through social justice, through community advocacy. I like to tell folks, budgets are moral documents, right? What we choose to put our money in is a reflection of what our values are, right? So think about how can you advocate for your community, for your beliefs, for your families, for students, for young people, and really the future of the Central Valley and our country. I think I'm just about almost out of time, but I want to make sure I leave you with this, right? Each of you chose to serve, each of you chose to be here for a reason, right? Whether that is running in this election or thinking about helping out in this election or a future election or just to gain knowledge, right? So I want you to remember what it is that sparked you to take that moment, whether that's something that's rooted in family, in community, in your own personal experience, and think about how you can change that for others, how you can impact that for others in the future, right? So thank you all for letting me share a little bit about myself and my story. I wish you all the best of luck in your future campaigns, and let's go on and win. Thank you all.
Future State Senator Randy Villegas right there. He doesn't know it yet, and he can take cinnamon and spice, his cute dogs, all the way to the governor's mansion. All right, thanks Randy. Randy is having to duck out a little early today, so if you have any questions for him, you should catch them while you can. Thank you so much, this is wonderful, really inspiring. Our next presenter today is Maria Lemus, who introduced herself earlier. She wears many hats. She's a consultant, she's a professional, she sits on 100 boards in the area, and she's going to go over the different ways in which you can serve, because while we all aspire to be like Dr. Villegas, there are so many ways to impact elected officials or campaigns or boards or different places that you can be effective. So without further ado, this is Maria Lemus.
Good morning, buenos dias. And I know they left out my middle name, so I've been using it more because I get confused a lot with another Maria Lemus, who's actually the executive director for Visión y Compromiso. So, promotoras, if you know her, like we're tocayas. So my role today is to talk a little bit about other ways to serve. So for a lot of you who are here today, it's because maybe you have an interest in running for office, or you have run for office yourself, which is very important. And when I look around this room, it's a very diverse group of people. So different cultures, different ethnicities, different ages. And that's exactly what our boardrooms should look like. It shouldn't just be one ethnicity, one age group. It should be a reflection of our communities. So that's primarily why I'm here. And then just a little bit of introduction of myself. So I was born in Mexico, came here when I was 9 years old. My family settled in Gurm, oldest daughter of farm worker parents. I grew up undocumented. At that time, couldn't really attend college. Did it anyways. Went to Fresno State, so stayed local because I didn't have many options. Paid for school myself with scholarships and doing internships and you name it. But I always had that spirit of serving, and I did it by volunteering. So started young, and I think that has never left me really. 21 years ago now, my parents moved to Oregon, so my entire family kind of followed my younger sister, and I decided to stay in Fresno. So I think echoing Randy's comments, a lot of people decide to leave because they label the Central Valley as this or that. But I think that more of us that decide to stay and decide to serve, that's how we could make changes. That's how we could transform our communities. So I decided to stay, and I've been here 21 years without my parents. So I just drove back 10-hour drive yesterday with my dog to make it to present the workshop today. So spend a little bit of time in cooler weather, but I think, Central Valley is my home, and I will always do whatever I can to make sure that I stay and that I serve and that I help people who really have good values and decide to serve. So as Randy kind of shared about his personal story, run for office. And a lot of you who are here either running for the first time or who have run before, and will do it again. And in the little political consulting that I do, I try to help candidates who have similar values that I do. So running for office doesn't necessarily mean like running for a state assembly, which I work for an assembly member, but local politics matter. So anything from water commissions to school boards, specifically in our rural areas. I know I heard somebody who's here from Parlier earlier. So Parlier School Board, Parlier City Council, a lot of the times we kind of miss that those small districts make a big difference. So getting or making yourself eligible to run for smaller districts, because all elections and all decisions are local. So we have a very big presidential election coming, but local politics are what's most important because it's in the communities we live. And for those of you who had kids in schools, school boards should be something that's on your radar. So if you're ever interested, school boards, water commissions, I know locally in Fresno, Calwar Recreation and Park Districts, it's its own district. and they have elections. So also paying attention to maybe you don't need to run for senator or for state senate community college district, but you want to run for some of those like smaller districts that have a lot of power. So besides elected office, a little about my story of growing up undocumented, I was like, probably I won't be able to run for office, but what can I do? So I started serving on boards, and I still do. So I know Dillon kind of jokingly said she serves in like 100 boards. It's not 100, but maybe it's like 6 or 7. So it's just like Alicia, it's like you serve on boards, you serve on commissions. Sometimes you're appointed, sometimes some of those positions are elected. So I'm going to give you some examples of why it's so important to not only think about elected office, but also ways to serve on boards and commissions. So working for the assembly, one of the important things that I've learned is that the state appoints a lot of boards and commissions. And in a little bit, I'm gonna put a couple people on the spot that probably don't know I'm gonna call on them. But these are some ways that people can serve. And when Governor Newsom came into office as a governor, the way that his appointments unit structure, appointing people for boards and commissions, were to do extensive interviews so that they could see if people apply for one board or one commission, but maybe his staff thought, you know, this person would be great based on their qualities or their interests or things they've done in the past. They actually reach out to people and say, like, what about this other board or commission? So the application, and I put the link there, is pretty extensive, but once you fill it out once, you work with the appointments unit and they will actually recommend, like maybe it's not what you were intended to apply for, but they have recommendations on what they would, or where they would want you to serve. And the reason why I was mentioning to some of the committee that was planning this workshop of mentioning boards and commissions today is because the Central Valley has very little representation in boards and commissions at the state level. A clear example is in the CSU Board of Trustees. For the longest time, there was zero representation from the Central Valley. And we have 2 CSUs between Fresno and Bakersfield. So CSU Bakersfield, CSU Fresno, and then we have Stanislaus too. So actually 3. But there was zero representation. And why it's important, and Randy alluded to this a little bit, is they make the policies and most importantly, the budgets. So for the CSU trustees, we currently have 3 representatives. So 1 from Bakersfield, 2 from Fresno. So that has been changing and been shifting as more people have decided to apply for those types of boards and commissions. We have that community college district, we have the UC Regents, we have the CSU Board of Trustees. So all of those get appointed by the governor or by the speaker or the Senate Pro Tem or the speaker of the assembly. So the governor does most of them, but the Senate and the speaker or the assembly actually do appoint some of those commissioners. The other thing why it's important to consider those is the Arts Council. For the longest time, again, Central Valley didn't have any representation. It was not until maybe 5 years ago that there was somebody from the Central Valley appointed to the Arts Council. And why is that important? Because of funding. So Fresno Art Councils and other arts organizations were not getting any of the funding that comes from the state, and that was because there was nobody to speak or to advocate on behalf of the Valley in that board. So Lilia Chavez got appointed, and all of a sudden, like Fresno started receiving some of those funds. So it's important that we look at not just elected offices, but boards and commissions through the state are so important. Mental health, housing, I mean, you name it, there's an entire list of maybe like a couple of thousand open positions. Some of those are not very, like mosquito abatement might not be, too fancy or but they're important. And it's a way to kind of start serving. So, but if you don't want to go all the way to like get appointed by the state, we also have local commissions. But before I go into our local commissions and local boards, I kind of wanted to call on Dan because he recently got appointed to a very important commission that's actually appointed by, I believe your appointment's by the Senate, correct? But the San Joaquin River Conservancy, which is a body that governs and kind of decides where the state funding goes, what projects get funded, and it's also preserving the San Joaquin River. Because it's a jewel for us in Fresno County, and Madera County. So Dan got asked to apply, and he got appointed recently, well, a few months ago. So I kind of wanted to call on him to share how the process is for applying to a state commission, and then how long did it take for you to, and why is it important to serve in those boards? So, not to call on you, but to call on you.
So,
And you can come up here so that.
First of all, thank you for Maria for coming today, and she was the one that suggested not just about the elected offices, but these appointments. I'm actually was appointed to 2 commissions recently. I'm on the 30 by 30 Partnership Coordinating Committee. The state of California is vested in conserving 30% of its land and water resources. That follows federal and international efforts. And that's the California Natural Resources Agency. And the CNRA I serve on the Conservancy Board. And I just want to say how inspiring it is because it's a very diverse board. There's Madera County and Fresno County boards of supervisors there. There's a breadth of ideological and political spectrum representing there. This is about access. This is really the great park of our region is sitting there. And so often people from the south of Fresno don't realize they've never been to the city. They've never been to the San Joaquin River. We are now going to begin the process of opening these places up for people to recreate, to rest, to enjoy nature, to bird watch. And we have unanimous votes coming forward across a spectrum of political positions because there's a deep care for the community. It's very straightforward as far as stepping forward and serving. And so I just, this opened up. I applied. You follow a certain amount of, you have to go through a process with the Senate. But then it's a process of serving and learning Robert's Rules of Order and appreciating people who know how to do that. Being quiet. I have my own positions, but I came in to quiet some of my more ferocious positions because I wanted to get along. I wanted unanimity in coming together to serve the Valley. And so it's a volunteer position. This is a not elected position. And I just encourage everyone in following Maria's lead to step forward, not only in elected office, but in all of these boards and commissions. Thank you.
And one of the other big changes that happened when Governor Newsom became governor is that for boards and commissions, if you're undocumented, you can still apply and you can still serve on those boards and commissions, which is huge. Because an example for myself, growing up undocumented, I was like, well, I could never serve in anything, but there has been so many shifts. And I know this is non-partisan, but for at least some of the Democratic Party, they also allow undocumented individuals to run for delegate, which is party affiliated. I'm not sure about like RNC or other parties, but it would be good to ask. So if you know of any individual who's like really engaged in community, undocumented status does not prevent them from applying to a state board or commission. The other one is state and local boards. So we have the statewide, which I mentioned. A lot of our local nonprofits also are governed by boards. That's part of like getting their nonprofit status. So I know Alicia kind of mentioned one of her hats as being a commissioner for Fresno EOC. So Fresno EOC being an action committee, they receive a lot of federal, state dollars, and local dollars. So they are governed by a board. Some of their positions are elected. So if you live within a certain region, you could run for Fresno EOC's board, and some of their positions are appointed. So it's like supervisors get an appointee, our office with Assemblymember Arambula get to designate an appointee, Senator Caballero gets to designate an appointee, I think Fresno City College. So I believe their board is 24-member board, and some of their positions are elected. And for those, you just have to reside in the area where you want to run. Again, why that's important. So Fresno EOC is one of the agencies that runs millions of dollars in programs, and the board gets to decide where that money gets to be or how it gets to be spent. So there's real power in being part of some of those boards. The other ones are local commissions. So City of Fresno. Are you guys familiar with Measure P in Fresno? I was in the City of Fresno. So it passed in 2018, went through some legal battles, but it was, designated that it was a real measure and started collecting some tax dollars in order to improve parks and arts. So only for the City of Fresno. So that led to the city creating a Parks and Arts Commission. So they get to approve projects and validate projects that get funded by that money. So you can apply. If you live in the City of Fresno, you can apply to serve on Arts and Boards Commissions. County of Fresno. So for the County of Fresno, so some examples are Agricultural and Land Commission, Conservation Commission, Foster Care has a commission. So if those are some of your passions, there's an entire list, and it's usually the same people who apply. So it's good that, to see so many young people too, because we need more young perspectives in those boards and commissions. I myself serve in 6 boards currently, so I'm married to those boards and to my job. But it's those kinds of decisions that happen at the table. And again, if we're not part of that decision making, then we can't necessarily be complaining about things that we would want to see or where we would want to see funding invested. So County of Fresno and City of Fresno and other smaller local cities have commissions. So I would encourage all of you to go into their websites and find out what types of boards and commissions are available. Locally, some of the biggest ones, United Way, all of you are familiar. Hospitals have boards and commissions. There are some hospitals where their positions are elected, but the majority are either appointed or there's a recruitment process. But clinics, local community clinics have boards, foundations have boards. So I would encourage all of you, if you're not sure if you want to run for office, but if you want to find out other ways to serve, local boards and commissions are a powerful way to get involved. You get to learn about budgets, you get to make decisions on budgets and how allocations are spent, but you also learn how to run a meeting. So if you in the future want to run for office, that would be a good stepping stone into being able to do so. So I think I'm at my time, but wanted to leave a little bit of time for Q&A and see if you have any questions. If not, then I'm gonna call on somebody else who serves on a couple of boards to kind of share their experience and also why they do it. So any questions? I would say keep doing it, but also sometimes like letters of referral or letters of support, because we do those, for example, at the state level for state boards and commissions. We usually recommend some meeting with your local elected, but maybe other electeds in the City of Fresno. So maybe it doesn't necessarily have to be like for District 6, but the city of Fresno the mayor has some appointments too, or there might be an opportunity to like kind of get plugged in through talking to other members, yeah. Other questions?
What would you say is the general requirements in terms of experience? Is there an onboarding process for some of these commission boards? Does it have to have advanced experience in running meetings, et cetera?
So for example, some of the boards that I serve on, it could be as easy as like you send in your resume and say like I'm interested in serving, and some boards are specific to where you have to live in a certain county or you have to have different breadths of experience, but for other boards it's just as long as you want to serve, and it's a good like stepping stone into like bigger boards and bigger things. So it's also an opportunity to network, because serving on the board of the Central Valley Community Foundation, it has also allowed me to meet different people of different backgrounds, different perspectives, different political parties, and able to see where they're coming from has also opened my mind to, we serve on a board together for the betterment of the organization and the community. So it also allows the opportunity to see different points of views and to work with different people. So depending on the organization when you want to serve, some is just asking other recruitment processes. So it just depends. Yes.
Thank you for coming, especially Maria, for Dr. Abraham. But I have a question for you. If you are an elected official, do you need to you want to run in Fresno City as a board of the city official? How long and how months you need to be staying in Fresno if you need to do that? You need to be living in the Fresno, or you can run if you need like a long time to live in the city?
So if you want to run for office, if you want to run for office and I think someone else is going to talk about this later on, but you do have to live in the district where you want to run for. So for council districts, you do have to live in the district you want to run for. For school board, you do have to be a registered voter where you want to run for school district or county supervisor, or including Senate and Assembly, you have to, I think congressional is a little bit different, but for most locals, you have to reside in the district you want to run.
Except for Clovis, they're still citywide.
Yeah, some of those, and most districts are going towards district elections than at large, but sometimes when it's at large, you just run as long as you live within the city, if it's for the city or so.
And
Yeah.
I'm sorry to be rude, no, but you were saying about the Congress, statewide elections, Assembly, they said you have to live in the district, but Congress, you can live anywhere in the state and run for any congressional office. The rule is you have to be 25 years old, resident, citizen for 7 years, and a resident of the state. So you could live in Fresno and run for Congress in Los Angeles. That's ask Tom McClintock or who lives in Sacramento and runs for a seat that's here in Fresno. Not a joke.
And most of our elected officials locally live where they represent, which is good.
Yes.
Okay, question.
How do you get the link to the slides?
I believe they're going to be sent out. All the presentations are going to be emailed if you register. To everybody who register will receive a copy of the slides.
After the event?
Yeah, after today. Any other questions? And if you have questions on how to run or have questions on what offices are or what commissions or boards have a vacancy, please feel free to reach out, and then through as an office, official office, through the assembly member's office, we could guide you and kind of see what your interests are, and potentially even like work with you to submit an application. So we're there for that too.
I can make a comment.
Okay.
We did some research on who sits on these boards and commissions, and when it gets to the situation of control of resources, like water and air, it's almost all people who disagree with us politically, let's put it that way. And it's very, very few people that represent are like people in this room. Those people are, those water, air, irrigation boards, all those are controlled by people who either have money or represent money.
Yeah, and that's, to prove like my point earlier when I started the presentation, like we are a very diverse room, and that's how every board or commission should look like. So there should have a difference of voices, diverse backgrounds, and Alicia, yeah, come.
And I just want to encourage everybody, it is very important to step up and just be a part of these boards. Because you are in the room of your leadership that's in Fresno, in the county, and then not only do you see them, but they see you. And I think that's the most important thing. They see you, and you are one that lives and works in the community. I was just a mom, right, and started volunteering for my child at the school board for the calendar committee, and then I continue to volunteer, and I'm telling you that is my passion. Now, I have been elected on some of these boards that she's mentioning to represent my area, but I'm just a resident of my community that decided to step up and give voice to power for my community. We all matter.
Thank you, and that's exactly, again, not only elected official, you don't have to necessarily run for elected office, but local boards, nonprofit boards, hospital boards, and then state level boards and commissions. We also need representation from the Central Valley, and we need a more diverse representation. So thank you for being here, and if you have any questions, I'll be around.
Dr. Daren Miller is another person who belongs to a numerous amount of organizations and is a big-time activist in our community. And feel free, Vaughn, if you want to come up and load the video in the background. Dr. Miller could not be with us today, and he'll explain why in his video. He has a 30-minute Q&A video that is really interesting. This next bit is about assessment of candidates from a third party. The idea here is you as a person seeking out how to be publicly engaged should be assessing different things related to your candidacy so you're not completely blindsided by different reasons and why folks judge you on a number of items. So Dr. Daren Miller is going to go over candidate assessment based on a variety of questions that we came up with together. Again, feel free to find your way to the snacks in the restroom. It's a 30-minute video. It's full of great content. And this is Dr. Daren Miller.
Hello, everybody. This is Dr. Daren Miller. It is my honor to make this presentation today. Please accept my apologies for not being able to be there in person, but I have a long-standing commitment this weekend of 39 years that I needed to make it up to just below Yosemite. And so it was important for me to participate in this, and so I appreciate the partnership asking me to be able to do this via Zoom today. And hopefully the information I provide everybody will help them as through their journey as becoming a candidate and hopefully becoming an elected official. As with anything in life, you need to do homework. You need to do practice. You need to make sure that you understand what it is that you're desiring to do. And in some cases, we as candidates wake up one day disgruntled with either work or with how life is or a debate, a presidential debate, and now we want to jump in and make changes. And I applaud people for wanting to do that, but doing it as a candidate, doing it as an elected official is not always the best or the most timely way to make those things happen. And so people who are wanting to be candidates and run for public office, I always encourage them to do their homework. Make sure that you're going to community meetings, make sure that you're reaching out to community organizations, making sure that you're participatory, and sometimes just showing up to an event. We have lots of different events that we have here, progressive side of the ledger, that I would encourage people to get out to to these different events and see what's going on so that people see you, who you are, but also so that you learn and understand all aspects of what's going on with this very, 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 very diverse community that we live in. I go out to a lot of different community events. Being involved in education over the last 30 plus years provides me an opportunity to go to different aspects of our community and watch people. And so people who are going to be candidates, I want to make sure that they are present, that they're not just going to raise funds, that they're not just going to the big events, that they're not just going to the events that are also, that they're easy and comfortable with. As a candidate, when I was participating as a candidate, I went to the Hmong New Year. I went to the Hmong clan meetings. I've gone to LGBT meetings and fundraisers and socials, although I'm not part of the LGBT community. Obviously I'm part of the African American community here in Fresno, and I think it's important that I get outside of that community to make sure that I understand who I'm representing, what I want to do, and then I'm able to do the best job I can. And so as I'm looking for viable candidates, I'm looking for those people who can cross-pollinate, can work with conservatives. I'm on the progressive side of the ledger, but I also pride myself in being able to work with my brothers and sisters that are on the conservative side of the ledger as well. And conversely, those who are on the conservative side, I also want to be able to have observations of them working with the progressive side of the ledger as well, because no community in Fresno, and particularly in the city of Fresno, is a monolithic area, a monolithic group of people. So you've got to be able to cross-pollinate cultural ideas, understandings, understanding different cultures and what makes people tick. And so when I'm looking at and I'm assessing viable candidates, those are the types of qualities that I'm looking for. The importance of personal skills is paramount to being a public servant. And people who are not comfortable in crowds, people who are not comfortable cross-pollinating, working with people who are different than them, I don't think that they would be the best candidates. And we've had some examples of that here locally. They are fortunate to get elected, and then when they get in office, you don't hear them, you don't see them involved in activating. And those are the types of people who kind of burn out after one term. Maybe they termed out because they cannot run for that position anymore, and then they disappear. You never see them again. And so what I want to be able to make sure is that people, first of all, understand what it is that they are aspiring to do, and that they can do it. And the only way you can do that is by your evidence, your body of work, the things that you've done, and the things that you are working towards learning to do. What do I stand for? I think that is huge. And I think that a person's sum total of their experiences and what they've been involved in is going to kind of tell you who they are and what they stand for. And not all stances are going to be representative of the body. A Jim Costa type of personality who has been involved in the federal arena, now thinking that he's going to come back and run for a water board, that's not where his background is. It's not where his personality is. And so we need to make sure also that a person's understanding their ethics, their background, and where they are kind of matches whatever the offices they're going to be running for. Usually in this dynamic, people are aspiring to go up. And I think that as people aspire, our young Dems, our young politicians, as they're aspiring to go up, I don't think that should be their sum total, is to get into office number one with the aspirations that they're going to use office number one and office number two to get to office number three. I think there is a natural progression, a natural alignment of work that's presented in those lower first offices that should accumulate itself. And the community, those who you serve, should be backing you. If you're in elected position number one, and then when you run for elected position number two, you have very small followings out of elected position number one, I'm not sure that you're the right person to be moving on right now, because you obviously didn't make those connections that I think are very vital in that first position that you're elected to. And so, you have all types of different types of accomplishments. We've got a lot of people here recently who have first-time candidates who have been fortunate and blessed to go into different elected positions and serve very well. Some people are starting They get elected to a 4-year term. All of a sudden, 2 years later, now they're aspiring to go on to something else. I'm not here to judge whether that's good or bad. I just think that there needs to be a deliberate process, and it needs to be supported through the community as people aspire. And so when it comes to ethics and just morality, I think that ultimately gets defined by the amount of support that you have in your previous positions as you aspire to go up the hill. But it is very, 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 very important. We all have a morality, a moral foundation that we go off. We may not always agree with it, but we all have that to use as a springboard going forward. But I think the most successful candidates that I can claim are those who did a great job in their first elected position and was able to navigate taking that support that they generated early, going on to their later positions. And so I think that is a very, very, very tricky proposition. What is the right office? What office, if God blesses me to be elected in that position, would it be a natural fit? I think that's a great question. And I don't necessarily have one particular answer to be able to derive that, because we come from all kind of different examples. There's different examples that are out there that I can give you where a person is, such as myself, is in education and then went into civics. They went into a city council. I can tell you that there's people who are in private business who have gone in and run and been very successful on school boards. And so I don't think necessarily an educator needs to be running for educational boards, or a person who is involved in political science and class need to be running for city. I think it all has to do with need is. What's the desire? What did the predecessor in that particular position, what do they do? Some of the big things I think that people need to be aware of is that if you're running for a city council position, that is a job. County supervisor's job, that is a job. That is a job that is probably going to act just like a regular 8 to 5, 40-hour-a-week job, and then even expanding that. And so I think that a person who is aspiring to those types of levels of jobs need to understand that. I think that the person in the school board needs to understand it is not a job. It is a maybe a 10 to 20 hour a month commitment with the school board meetings and getting prepared with your packages and those type of things. It's not, being just a school board member is not something that you're going to be able to live on being able to sustain yourself and your family. If you run for a state or federal office, you need to understand that there's travel that's going to be involved in it, that you're not going to always be here in the Valley, being able to go home at night. Sometimes it's going to wind up that you're being in Sacramento. You may have to wind up going to San Diego if you're a federal officer, back and forth, going to Washington. So there's lots of travel that's involved in that. How do you matriculate through all of those types of variants that are present? And so I think that is also some of the things that people have to do when I talked about homework earlier. They need to make sure that what their personal lives can afford them fits into whatever the office that they aspire to. Being in Fresno Unified School Board and Clovis Unified School Board is going to be very different than being in Fireball School Board or in Kerman School Board. You've got one meeting a month in the rural areas, whereas Fresno Unified and Clovis, you have 2, maybe even some months you have 3 board meetings in a particular month. And so I think people need to make sure they're attending meetings, that they're looking at agenda. If they can't go to meetings because it doesn't fit, that they're pulling up the agendas online, going through the agendas and seeing the format. Also, you need to understand how these meetings run. A Fresno Unified School Board meeting is going to run very, very vastly different than a Kerman School Board district. It's just because of the size and those types of things. A city council meeting at Fresno, for the city of Fresno, the city of Clovis, is going to be very different than a Selma city council meeting. And so you need to make sure that you understand the time commitment, making sure that whatever your personal life and your family life is going to be able to absorb that time and commitment that you're going to be making that's going to be away from them, away from home. The last thing you want to do is run for public office and have your family and your professional life fall apart because of something that you desire to do that you really didn't do your homework. Yeah, so your personal backgrounds, your history is all becoming public record now. You're aspiring to be a public official. And as a public official, your personal life, those things that you are doing currently, those things that you've done in the past, becomes open for criticisms, open for celebrations, and that includes divorces, bankruptcies, any run-ins that you've had with legal. It doesn't have to wind up always being an arrest and that you've been convicted of something. But if you got pulled over and stopped, you got parking tickets. You got 50 parking tickets in the city of Fresno, and you've only taken care of half of them. All of those types of things that you've done in the past will come up, and the public should know who you are in your background. I can share a personal deal. That for about the last 10 years or so, I've struggled in the area of education and was looking to get out of Madera Unified, and actually thought I could secure a position in Visalia Unified. And I'm on my way to the board meeting in Visalia Unified to accept the position. I get a phone call when I get to about Selma Kingsburg saying that one of the board members had looked me up on the internet and pulled up the incident when I was running for city council, when I had the recount, and when I wound up, that was 2018, I wound up having a recount. Thing wasn't going the way. I wasn't getting answers to my questions. People started to kind of ignore me, and I stuck my feet down and didn't cooperate. They had to wind up calling the sheriff's department. I wound up being placed in handcuffs for a period of time there at the facility. And because of that incident, this board member in Visalia said I wasn't the person that they wanted to have come down there and work in the school district. And so I didn't get arrested. It was basically a situation where I was around election materials. I could not be in there unsupervised. So I voluntarily told them, okay, since I'm not leaving, put me in handcuffs, and now I should be fine to be able to sit down and wait for my answer. So it's just things like that. All of those types of things, it's available and accessible and should be to the people who you want to work with. And so I think the 34 years I spent in public education have been great. They've been stellar. But for whatever reason, that incident in my political life kept me from getting that position. And so doesn't mean that you don't have people who wind up getting convicted of crimes and going and doing time, those type of things, who come out, they've changed their lives around, seen the woes of their previous lives and done things differently, and get elected and move into situations. We got now one of our national party candidates is a convicted felon as well, and he is running a race. And so I think those type of things are definitely open to public scrutiny. But ultimately, the public are the ones who are going to decide whether that person with that background, with that type of history, is the person they want to elect and put into that position. Please, 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 if you're going to be a candidate, understand the things that you've done in your past become public record, and it is open and available to those who you're aspiring to represent. So that is important, and you can't scrub it all. Some people now are trying to scrub their Facebook posts and those type of things. You can't scrub it all. Somebody else has got it saved. They downloaded it, kept it, and next thing you know, it comes up. But also, I think people who want to be candidates, what's going to happen when, if you were 17 years old and you got arrested for being under the influence, or you had a DUI, or those type of things? How do you respond to those questions? Can't say it wasn't you, because it was you at that particular time. You made a bad decision, whatever it is. How now do you respond to the public? I would suggest that you don't create a lie, don't disown it, but you got to find a way to be able to own that. Hopefully you've got examples since that bad decision where you can rely on to be able to share with the public to show the change that you made. But you are who you are, and we all have made bad decisions. We all have done some things. Maybe it's not a bad decision, but we've done some things that we wish we would have done differently. And you need to come up with a way and expect to have to be able to respond to those things when you get out into the public sphere. How your creator made you is a very, 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 could be a very big concern that you do have to be aware of. I tell people all the time, God made me with my 3 B's. I'm big, black, and bald. And so I always have to be aware of that as I'm going around. And what that means is that if I'm in a room full of women and I'm standing up to address them, I may wind up setting someone off just because of who I am and what it is. And so, I'm aware of that. So I know that if I'm in those type of settings, that I'm going to probably sit as I do the presentation. If I'm in a room where I'm familiar with the people that are in there, maybe my vernacular, the words I use, the examples I share may be a little bit differently if than if I'm in a truly public setting with an audience for the first time. And so I think that's one of the things is about appearance is who you are. You got to be comfortable with who you are. You got to know who you are, and you got to know that who you are and how you look doesn't work for everyone. It's not a bad thing or a good thing. It's just something that you have to be aware of. And so I think that's number one, being comfortable in who you are and being aware of who you are. The thing with the dress is changing. I hate to admit this, but I would be, I guess, considered old school now. And so as an old school public servant, my facial hair neatly, I have a beard right now, but it's neatly groomed. I'm a bald head guy, so I try to keep my head bald as, cleanly groomed as possible. If I'm out in a public sphere, even if I have a shirt on like this, I probably will be wearing a jacket of some sort, even if it's blue jeans. For some reason, in my era, having a jacket on with whatever you're wearing kind of signifies that you're there for business, those type of things. But I say that hesitantly because things are changing. I believe it was 2018, 2019, for the first time in the past 80 years, we now have more Americans under the age of 40 than over the age of 40. And that's a fact. And so with that fact, that means that there are some things, some traditional methodologies that we use in politics that's going to change. And so I do know that facial hair now, people are growing their beards a little bit longer. If you have hair, it's okay now to wear it a little bit longer. Having braids is more acceptable. I think you still need to know your audience. If you're running for office in Clovis, you probably need to know what your clientele is and the area that you're in. Remember, Clovis Unified has had a dress code, a very stringent dress code for years. And so just know that when you're out there, there may be a higher level of expectation. If you are up in the mountains somewhere, if you're in one of the mountain areas and you don't own cowboy boots and you don't own a Western style shirt and you're always going in a 3-piece suit, that may not be the appropriate appearance and appropriate attire for that type of atmosphere. Conversely, if you're in the city of Fresno and you're an elected official and you're not wearing a suit and you're always in cowboy boots and you're always in, your Wrangler jeans and all type of stuff, that may not be appropriate. And so, got to be comfortable with who you are. Got to be comfortable with how your creator has made you, but you also have to be aware of your audience and making sure that you have an array. And the only way you're going to be aware of your audience is if you've gone out and you've been around them at some point in time. We have different communities who are going to have different expectations, and it's up to us as individual candidates who want to serve that particular population to find out what it is, what are those expectations? How do they expect for me to talk? How do they expect for me to dress? All of those type of things. Communicate. Here's one of the other things also, and this kind of goes along with appearance in your communities. You've got some communities here in Fresno that are, and I'm not saying this to be disrespectful, that are illiterate. And we do a lot of things in signage, in English. We send out a lot of notifications, type of stuff. And in some cases, some of the places, in particular on the south end of town, you've got some communities, people are illiterate, not just because they speak another language, but they just were not successful in school. So if you're always trying to communicate with a particular community in verbal languages to emails and those type of things, you're going to miss a group. Sometimes you just got to go and do it old-fashioned way, knock on the door, shake someone's hand. You don't kiss babies anymore because of COVID, but at least you can hug people and do those type of things, high fives and things. But in some cases, you need to know where the community is. And then as you're going into those type of communities, like I said, if you got a 3-piece suit on or some cowboy, that might not be the appropriate dress to be able to go in that area. But homework, making sure that you understand and know who you are as a candidate, as well as knowing those communities that you're going out into and what they expect from you as far as your delivery is very, 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 very important. Yeah, it's a necessary evil of campaigning. And the reason I say that is that unfortunately, I believe that the money in politics has corrupted it and has got us off track of being able to get quality servants for a particular communities that they aspire to serve. And so with that said, you have to be able to raise, you have to have some money. I'll talk about that in a second, but you also have to be able to raise money. So anybody who's going to be a candidate, you need to have some seed money. And what I mean by seed money is that when you go down to the county office of elections and tell them that you want to run for an office, they're going to give you a stack of papers, give you a deadline when you take that back. And when you bring it back, they're going to expect for you to have a checkbook with you to be able to pay some fees that it is. And we're talking, depending upon what the race is, could be $1,000 fees and registration, those type of things that you got to pay. You're also going to need to have some seed money to create a bank account. You have to start a bank account, which is going to take a couple of $100 that you're going to have to put that in there to that bank to be able to start that account. You want to have, when you make up your mind that you want to be a candidate, you want to have something in your hand, whether it's a business card, some type of simple little handout. That's going to cost you, $100, $200 to have something so that as you're meeting, every time you meet somebody, you're able to give them something about yourself. And that's just the startup. I'm not even talking about getting your social media presence out there, hiring the people that you're going to work with, a consultant, campaign managers, all of, treasurer, all of those other types of costs that come into it a little bit later. You cannot go become an effective servant if you do not have some money set aside. I would think probably $1,000, $1,500 you should be able to start off any campaign, in particular a local campaign. If you do not have access to that type of money, then you need to do some more homework, and maybe the next cycle, now that you understand that, you can save and get to that point. Because if you don't, you're going to be behind. Always be playing catch up. So fundraising also, one of the things of fundraising is that you got to know where to go. There are going to be organizations and groups that you've been part of who are going to support you. They're going to call for you. They're going to send out postcards. They're going to do emails for you stuff, but they don't have a dime to give you. So that is human capital, the human capital side of it. Where there's some other organizations that you'll go and meet, different entities, the labor council, as well as lots of community organizations who are going to give you money, but they may not be able to give you any human resources. And so you've got to be able to know where to get those types of things. If you are a progressive side of the ledger, you got to know also who you're going to have conversations with to practice. I know that there are some groups out there that are just because of who I am and what I do, they're not going to give me any funding. They're not going to support my campaign. It doesn't mean that I'm not going to go and have a conversation with them, because they still need to know who I am, because I'm aspiring to serve them. But you just need to know that. I'm a person in my individual life. A lot of cases, a no answer is better than a yes answer. Maybes are the killer for me. Maybes I can't do very much with. But if you tell me yes, we know where we are. If you tell me no, then I'm going to figure out a way to come back to you at some point in time to see if I can't change that no into a yes. And so I think awareness in fundraising, who to talk to, when to talk to them. I know one of the things that I wanted to talk about also is with the questionnaires and those type of things, and how that plays into fundraising also. But that's also a way that you can get funding, is through the questionnaires that you're going to be receiving from different organizations. So also with fundraising, depending upon what your office is, if you're running for a Fresno, Unified, Edison area position, and all of your money, the support that you're getting is coming from the city of Clovis, yeah, you're going to get lots of money and lots of support. But at some point in time, your opponent or somebody's going to bring up, hey, this dude, he hasn't done anything here in the community. He's not even supported by our community. His support, financial backing is coming from outside of our area. That's a huge red flag for organizations and individuals who are astute in the political game. So you want to make sure that whatever area you're running for, that you've got both human capital, human support, as well as the fundraising efforts that you're doing is concentrated in that area. Not solely in that area, but it is concentrated in that area, so that those people in that area know that who they're supporting and why they're supporting. Understanding what it is you're running for, all the details of that, the campaign is important. In California here, our primary election rotates. If there's a presidential election that's associated with it in that year, then the California primary is in March. If there is no presidential election in that year, then our primary goes back to June. That's important, that you understand the differences and when that happens, because if you're running for a city council race, a state race, or a federal race, you're talking about probably a 2-year window where you should be campaigning, actually talking to people, setting up your FPPC license, your number for that, so you can collect funds, expending things. The other part about it is here locally, I don't think there's any exceptions to this, but I believe here locally, all of the educational boards, so the school boards, State Center Community College, the other community college boards we have here, is a winner take all. So there will not be on the primary. You won't be running either in the March election or the June election. You're running for the November election. And at that particular time, it's winner take all. So if there is 2 candidates, whoever gets the most votes win. If there's 3 candidates or 4 candidates or 5 candidates, whoever winds up with the most votes is the person who wins that seat. And I think that a lot of people, I've had conversations with people who want to run for particular offices, and they don't understand the difference in that. So I think that's a huge necessity, is to understand what the process is, when the time frame is, when you're supposed to turn in your paperwork. If it's a runoff election versus the general election, when do you turn your paperwork in? All of those type of things is very, 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 very important that a person understands and that they know. I think one of the things, a practice that I borrowed from someone else, is that if I'm running for a particular board or position, is you have conversations with the other members of that board, whether they're rotating off or whatever, that you have a conversation with them. Even if, I'm a member of the Democratic Party, when I was running for city council, I had a meeting with everyone except for one person, whether they were a Democrat or a Republican. We just had conversations about what it was like for them to be on the board, what kind of commitments, some of the things, the pitfalls they had, some of the successes they had. How do you work across the aisle with your other colleagues? I think that's very, 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 very helpful. And it helps your learning process. Everybody who goes into public office, you think you know what you're doing until you get in there and you actually get into the apparatus and the operations of there. There's going to be a learning process. City council learning process could take anywhere from 18 months to 2 years before you get comfortable with all the different departments. Educational roles are probably a little bit faster than that, but still, I would say a year before you get to know all the different aspects of how the operations and the entity, especially if you're not in education. How do things get paid? How does this work? As a trustee, you can't just go to school A because they're in your area. Hey, I'm here, take me on a tour. That's not the role and responsibility that you have. And so there's a lot of, I think, understanding and background that needs to take place. A lot of work, preceding work that needs to be done if you're aspiring to be a candidate in a particular office. And I encourage everyone to do that. You need to take those small baby steps in order to get yourself ready to be effective if you're so blessed to be able to be put in that office.
I'm going to shake things up a little bit. You're now getting passed around a represent candidate guide that I helped author that I'm going to go over. And it's a bit of some of the materials that Dr. Miller went over, but this is something for you to take with you. It's also going to be emailed to you digitally, so you're going to have this guide to go with you in the future wherever you go. So I want to start by saying that this is an open source information, and this information was rewritten by myself, but it was given to me by a previous campaign consultant from about 20 years ago, and we restructured it for today's environment. So ultimately, I'm going to go over a number of things in the guidebook and let you know what's in here. I'm not going to touch base on every single thing. The idea here is that you should know what you can fall back on. So this is going to be your mini library going forward. It mostly applies to candidates, but there's some really helpful information in here for staff members as well, or folks that are working on campaigns. What I appreciate is that you follow me through the pages, but you don't get lost in all the words, because I'm just going to go really quickly through this. So I want to start by saying that, again, this is open sourced. You can share it. Please don't copyright it and sell it or anything to that effect. It was developed in collaboration with the Central Valley Partnership, the Dolores Huerta Foundation, and the Sierra Club. First page, campaign strategy. The first thing, and again, this is not written professionally, so some of the formatting is a bit off, but campaign strategy, expectations. You, just like Dr. Miller went over, you have to assess your expectations. Everybody should consider the fact that you may lose your first race. It's very likely that you're going to lose your first time running. It's not always the case, but it should be something that you keep in your mind so you don't end up with heartbreak later. It is very helpful to have a must-win mentality, so you're absolutely giving it everything you can. But if you're too obsessed with winning your campaign, it can lead to extreme fatigue, and that can lead to professional and personal problems at home that you really need to manage against. I also need to emphasize the fact that being a candidate for office is the fun part of the job. It is not always that fun to be on a board or commission or elected office, and you need to rearrange your brain to understand that shaking hands and kissing babies is the fun part, but once you get on there, you are representing your community and it's your job to be serious, and you need to plan on living in that district for the duration of your term. Also, as Dr. Miller pointed out, choosing the right level of government for your first entry into politics is super important. Please do not call the Labor Council and tell me you're running for Congress. Okay? It happens all the time. I mean, all the time. Everybody wants to be the next AOC or something like that. They want to change the world. If you want to be in that level of government, you need to plot out a 10-year plan to get to where you ultimately want to make change. But it happens a lot right now because young people are very interested in things that are happening at the national level with student debt, climate change, etc. Those things do not happen at the local government all the time. But I also need to emphasize the fact that if you get on a school board, that should not be a jumper seat. You should not get on a school board that impacts 72,000 school kids because you want to be a city council member. That is also immoral. So pay attention to your first level of government. Also, politics itself is an exhausting industry built on money, relationships, and power. And you need to know that going in. It is a blood sport. You are going to get stuff thrown at you verbally, digitally, so be prepared. Also, consider how long you plan to seek elected office and how long you want to live in that district. We have a lot of great people that live in rural communities and they want to be on a so-and-so city council in the rural communities, but they also want to move off to college like the next year. You really have to map out how you're going to serve your community long term. And one thing that's very important is mapping your election calendar. So in terms of your campaign strategy, if you're going to win an election, you need to build out an election calendar, and it should start with election day and move backwards. You do not just start going, what am I going to do in 2 weeks from now? No, you move backwards from election day. It's really critical to your campaign strategy. Also, you need to, on your election map, put your family and personal and employment obligations on that map. You do not want to miss birthdays. You do not want to burn all your PTO. Really need to be critically thinking about how your election map impacts your personal and professional life. The next item is setting a realistic schedule. You need to take breaks as you're running for office. You don't need to take 2-week vacations to Hawaii if you're going to run for office, right? But you do need to take breaks. You do need to remember that your family is important. And if you burn out 3 weeks before the election because you're too obsessed with what you're doing, you're ultimately going to fail before you get to the finish line. So make sure you're setting a realistic schedule for yourself. Another piece here is budget. You must be prepared to ask strangers for money. And you must be prepared to ask them a second time for money if they commit it to you and they forget to give it to you. So, and secondarily, you have to put some of your own money in. Just like Dr. Miller said, if you do not have your own money to put in, you should not expect other people to put money into your campaign. So make sure that you're thinking about your budget in totality. There is a budget piece at the end of this document that is a campaign. Yes?
They always say, be ready to put your money into it. What if you're broke?
You shouldn't run for office. Politics is a sport with money, blood, and relationships. So.
But you're the one with the ideas. You're the one that, the dreamer, the one with the moxie. And forgive me for this, Trump, Biden, JFK Jr., I don't trust any of them. I'm that guy. Who saw Brewster's Millions years ago? I'd be voting for the none of the above. I mean, that's just me right now, you
E-check all 3 of them, but.
Well, we focus on local stuff.
Yeah,
focus
that's what I tell everybody.
soothe.
Vote for the down, which is what I'm doing.
Yeah.
And which is why somebody, well, why don't you run? Well, I'm the guy, if I got in there, I'd actually do things and I'd piss everybody off. But I'm broke. Which leads me to.
So, spend your next 4 years saving up money and run in 2028.
Rent, food, college loans.
I hear you.
Auto payments.
It's tough. Yeah, it's certainly, clubs, organizations, and strangers are generally gonna need you to meet them where they're at, and you need to be able to put in what they're gonna put in. Fundraising goals. So you should break down, if you're serious, you should break down how much money you need to raise each month, each week, and at each fundraising event. These are serious building blocks to actually fundraising goals. This is definitely going to be the most difficult part of your campaign. So I encourage you all to go into each of these in detail. It's a long document, so I'm really paraphrasing here. And then really, as a part of your campaign strategy, make sure you know what issues you're going to run on. Don't just dive out there. Now, I do really encourage folks, if you know you have some issues you're going to run on, also don't make those your only issues. It's very important to listen when you talk to the community, because we do not all know it all. Your community may need some really serious things fixed, whether it's in their schools or their water or their communities, their streetlights. So you have to have issues you're going to run on, but you also want to be very open-eared and receptive, because you're supposed to be a representative of the community. You're not supposed to be a politician telling the community what they need.
Don't be afraid of them. Oh, sorry, did I say that?
Yeah. It says here, the best education you can get from is from your neighbors and your unfamiliar constituents. The next page is about candidate assessment. This is a whole separate section. There are many great candidates that turn out to be terrible elected officials because they focus on the fun, jazzy part of being an elected official, and they're awful they're candidates and they're awful elected officials. Likewise, there are amazing people out there that we wish could be elected representatives, but they're terrible candidates. You have to marry the two. Most people are only good at one half. That's why you're in this class, because you're probably trying to work on the half that you're not so good at. So be cognizant of balancing out the assessment piece of this candidate questionnaire. It goes over personal skills, it goes over your ethics and values, it goes over how to practice your speaking skills legitimately. You should be recording yourself in a mirror and playing it back to yourself and watching your facial expressions. This is totally nonpartisan, but we all saw how Joe Biden looked when he was listening to Trump give a response on the debate, and he could not see how bad his face looked, right? This happens all the time with candidates. They have funny, quirky ways in which they speak. It throws voters off, or when they lie, they have like a very, Gavin Newsom has kind of a shiny way in which he delivers speeches, and it turns people off. So you really need to focus on your public speaking, and you need to record yourself and play it back so you can see it, because your friends and your family will lie to you. There's also a piece in here about appearance. I don't have anything highlighted. Just, no matter how cool you are in your friends group, you're appealing to 5 generations of individuals from 80 on down, right? And you don't probably have to appease the Gen A folks that are 12, 13 years old, that are calling everybody. I don't know what they call people, to be honest with you. I'm not really with that crowd. But the reality is you have to look in a way that everybody's going to accept. And so be vigilant about how you present to all communities. And then again, just to reference, as a part of your assessment, at the end of this, I'll reference Appendix A, which is a really cool questionnaire. It's like 25 questions that you can ask yourself to determine if you're ready to run for office. Next item up is building your team. Again, politics is a team sport, and candidacy is about being humble and delegating tasks to people you trust. Your campaign cabinet, you should be building an internal team of folks that will always tell you the truth and that are your most trusted advisors, and then meeting with them regularly. It's kind of like, you are all owners of the campaign. As a candidate, you're not the only owner of your campaign. And Also, as a candidate, you should not take on personal responsibility for so many areas that there are deficits in other part of your candidacy. So you want to make sure you spread out the different tasks that you have as a campaign, because a lot of candidates get obsessed with every aspect of things and they get burned out, or they leave a big gap in something that they're not paying attention to. You also are going to need some sort of consultant or manager that is telling you how to win your campaign and how to act. This is a professional. You can't always afford a manager and a consultant. High-level campaigns have a consultant that draws out the strategy and a manager that executes. In a lot of local races, you just have one person that's kind of helping manage the actual campaign, because you as a candidate have a very specific job. You are the face of the campaign, and you're supposed to be talking to voters. You are not supposed to be handling every other aspect of the campaign. So regardless of your financial resources, there should be someone in charge of scheduling, media, and field operations that is not you. Treasurer. Under no circumstances should the candidate be his or her or their own treasurer. Okay? You do not do your own treasury work. Carol's going to go over this later. If you're managing your own treasury work, you are missing things that you could be. You could be fundraising, you could be talking to voters, but you're wasting your time doing something that's very difficult and very challenging to learn. Do not do your own treasury. This is more of this. Don't delegate it to an intern either, or a well-intentioned family member. By and large, if you're delegating this to your spouse or your friend or your cousin or your son or your daughter, and they've never done this before, you're going to lose. Just don't do that. Hire somebody. They're not that expensive, and they're professionals. Sometimes you need a finance director if you're running for a high-end seat. That's not very likely in this case. Finance directors usually help execute fundraising goals. Now, your role in the campaign, as the candidate, you're the majority stakeholder of your campaign, and you own a majority of it, but you do not own all of it. So you must avoid micromanaging every aspect of your campaign. Again, get people you trust. And if you're not spending your time knocking on doors and you're doing other things, you're probably going to lose. Who's in charge? You're the majority stakeholder, right? But your schedule should be too full of public appearances, interviews, and door knocking to actually be in charge of your day-to-day operations, and that's why you need a manager. So you are in charge, but you should have somebody else that's in charge of the campaign, and you should not overrule them, you should trust them. And ultimately, there's a piece in here about a volunteer base that I'm not going to go over right now. Candidate development is our next section. This campaign will feel like an intense semester of college. You will learn a lot about yourself. You'll learn a lot about other people. You'll learn about the problems that you never knew existed in your community. There is going to be tests. There will be multiple subjects. And yes, there is going to be homework, like Dr. Miller suggested. And this whole section on candidate development is about scheduling time in your calendar to develop your skills as a candidate. You need to develop your speaking skills. You need to develop a winning message. Different parts of your platform is going to appeal to different people. You are not going to just vanilla blanket everybody with the same exact set of issues, because that's not going to work. Your campaign's ability to highlight relevant pieces of your platform to the correct audience is going to be crucial. Message discipline. This is a serious skill for folks that when you get to the door and you say, "Hi, I'm so-and-so, I'm running for school board," and they say, "Did you see the last presidential debate, blah, 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 blah," you have to politely return that person back to why you are running for the office that you're running for, and make sure that they know who you are and they remember your name. And you should not be stuck at a door or in any conversation with a voter for 20 minutes, because you'll never be able to talk to everybody. So it is getting back people to your message discipline is crucial to rounding people back to what you want to talk about. So always be thinking about strategies to round people back to why it's important at the local level. Don't agree with them. Don't go into their house and start talking about whatever convention just ended. And it is completely acceptable to thank a questionnaire and admit that you have not come to a conclusion of the topic that they're asking you about. So try not to lie to voters or make up something on the spot. You're there to listen to them. Thank you, I didn't know that. Do you have any more information? Can you email it to me? Here's my phone number. Let's talk again. Be receptive. Most people just want to be heard. So if you go to the door and you're talking at them, you're not doing it right. Media savvy is a whole nother skill that you need to work on. The media is not your friend. Do not give them any information that they did not ask for. When they ask you a question, you answer the question. But do not let them get you off track, and do not offer a bunch of stuff about why you're qualified on a bunch of stuff they didn't ask you about. Don't offer a vague policy thing that you haven't thought through to the media, because they're going to ask you details about it and you're going to look like you're unprepared. And I would say social media, they might ask you about your social media, so take some time to review your personal posts before you actually declare for office. Controlling the narrative is the final piece of this here. Think about who you are and what elements of your personal story and are the focal points of why you want to run for office. You should tell your story every single time you speak to a crowd, every time, because the grand majority of voters, even if you see your friends in the audience, are hearing your story for the very first time. So you always say your story. Even if we've all heard Jim Costa talk about his Arctic blonde hair and whatever. Every time I hear Jim Costa, I hear the same thing. But I'm usually in a room full of people that have seen him for the first time. I just happen to have seen him a bunch. So speak to your audience as if you're telling your story for the very first time, every time. Everybody should know your narrative. I have a section here about finance that is much more in Carole's department. It's just a few things here. It talks about filing and the obligations that you definitely need to know, and a bank account. These are a couple things that you might be able to accomplish on your own, but you really should be asking a professional. I'm gonna just skip over that and go to fundraising. There's a big part of fundraising where you talk to folks, friends, family included, and they say, I'm gonna give you $500. I love what you're saying. And they forget to write the check. 2 weeks, 3 weeks later, you got it on your commits list, and you're hesitant about calling them back because you feel awkward. You gotta swallow that. You gotta call them back, and there's a couple ways to do that. You can say, hey, I got a fundraising thing coming up. Can you get your check in by that time? We got a really important deadline. Thank you so much for your commitment. Can I come drop it off? You know, you really need to find a way to bring back that money and cash it in, because commitment money is not real money. You can't spend it, so you always have to find a way to bring that money back in. I go over that a little bit here, but it's helpful to have fundraising strategies to bring the money actually in. Also, as you create a budget, you need to create multiple layers for your budget. So you need to start with a bare bones budget. What is the minimum amount that I can get this campaign squared away for? And then you work your way up to a dream budget. That way you don't start with a dream budget and shed stuff off later and then end up with no money. So you can use this as motivation for when you're fundraising. When you have your dream budget sitting there, you're like, oh man, I could really use another couple canvassers, or I could use another, a couple flyers to go out. But you really need to be realistic with your budgets and have a couple of them. And if you raise this much, you can do these things. But bottom line is you have to get your bare bones budget done. And there's a budget reference at the end of this guide as well. Staff versus field for GOTV. It's not uncommon for candidates to spend too much money early and realize that they don't have any money at the end of the campaign when you need your final push, so really be cognizant of that. You definitely need to not blow all your cash early. I have a bit here about personal networks. You should break open your contacts in your cell phone and identify 10 to 20 friends and family that you can immediately ask for a contribution. Like the first month of your campaign, those should be the first people you practice your fundraising pitch on. And again, that's after you put your own money in. These will be humbling for you when you have to talk to your friends and family about your running, and it'll really ground you in what you're doing, and then you'll have a personal reason as to why you're in the race. An email or a text to your friends or family about money is going to be disrespectful, so don't do that. How to ask for money. So remind the donor that even though you seriously dislike fundraising, your policy proposals are too important to die because of a lack of funding. If your donor can only contribute a small amount right now, ask them later for a monthly donation. Okay, you can only do 25 this time. Can you do 25 every month? It would really help the campaign. We really want to help kids accomplish their dreams in school, etc. There's a bit about call time here. You need to schedule that every month. Fundraisers. It's really common now for folks to plan big fundraisers and then not meet their goals, so you need to be careful of that. It's better to have a bunch of small fundraisers at people's houses and get to know a lot of different people. And it would be best if you have a donor that can only donate a couple $100, but they're willing to host a fundraiser, ask them to host a fundraiser and use that money to cover the expenses at their house. You do need an email on a website. That's a piece of fundraising. It's all a piece of your branding as well. There's a bit about field here. I want to make sure I get through all this, so I'm going to start rapid firing through some of these things. Your field operations should not be handled by you. So this segment is really for staffers, and there's a bit in the back about what is needed in the field operation. The bottom line is you need to develop a win number. To develop a win number, the best place to start is to determining what was the most recent election for this office and how many votes did it take for that person to win that office. That's your best place to start roundabouts to know how much it's going to take for you to win that office. So you have to have a win number that your field campaign is going toward all the time. There's a section in here about voter data, canvassing, phoning, and texting. These are all important elements to a field campaign that Reyes is going to be covering in one of the breakouts. I think the final piece here is branding. Branding is its own thing that cuts across a variety of different parts of the campaign. So think of branding as the digital version of your winning message. You are not going to be able to talk to every voter, so you have to have good branding and good messaging. While you're on the campaign trail raising money, talking to voters, your campaign needs to be prepared to touch voters through a variety of media channels to keep your name and your platform relevant. You have to have a logo, right? You have to have pictures. If you do this right, you'll just take a number of pictures on the front end of your campaign and you'll use them for everything going forward. You don't need to take pictures throughout the campaign, just do one photo shoot and knock them all out. You do need to have social media, but it depends on the level of government if you need a professional handling that. It's helpful, but you should not make that a serious part of your campaign if you don't have the funding for it. Newsletters are the same way. They're really helpful if you're running a big campaign. Mailers, you're gonna need mailers, period. Mailers are gonna be a big piece of your campaign. They're expensive. Postage is not cheap, and neither is design work. So you're gonna have to do this because no matter how many doors you knock on, only 25% of those people are gonna answer the doors, so you're gonna need mailers. And you might only use 2 or 3 mailers, and you might reuse them, and that's okay. On smaller campaigns, you don't need to send out 10 or 15 of them, just to make sure you get the message across. Campaign support is my next section. You should really consult your significant other or the people you live with or your closest family members before you run for office. Politicians are notable for heart attacks and divorces, so don't be that politician. Really talk to your family about what this is going to mean and the impact it's going to have on your family. If you do not receive anything less than enthusiastic support from your family, then you should really consider doing this at a different time. Endorsements, often endorsers will tell you right away that they have endorsed your opponent. Don't let that deter you. That's okay. You should still meet with them and pick your brain. Talk to people, oh, I'm endorsing this person. That's okay, I just want to talk, right? It's helpful to cross boundaries and talk to people who are not on the exact same page as you. And it's also important not to rely on verbal endorsements from individuals because sometimes they'll change their minds. So if you don't get it in writing, you end up in a tough situation where somebody kind of says, yeah, maybe, and then down the road they pull it publicly and it'll be really bad for your campaign. It's also highly unlikely that your employer is going to love the fact that you're running for public office. They cannot legally prevent you from doing so, however, unless you work for the federal government. This does not mean you should avoid telling them. You should definitely be upfront with your employer, and you should think about your PTO and your sick time and your health care considerations, because if you get laid off and you're in the middle of the campaign, you suddenly don't have health care, you're going to be in trouble. All right, I'm making great time. Now I'm on the appendices. Appendices number 1, candidate questionnaire. This is 28 questions that you should ask yourself before running for office. This was not developed by me, but it's very helpful. I have one on here that's highlighted. How many times have I observed the bodies that I'm trying to be elected to? If you want to run for any level of office and you've never been to that school board, that city council, you should not run. You are trying to be on something that you have no understanding of, and you're probably doing it for the wrong reasons. So start going to those meetings and understanding if you're going to like it, and if you understand it, and it takes a lot of understanding to get Robert's Rules of Order right. Do I have a field of specialty related to this office? Why would you run for an office that you have absolutely no understanding or benefit to that office? Please think that through before you jump into office. And do I have a clean financial background ready? Credit rating, have I paid my taxes on time? If you are really upside down, particular in your financials, nobody's going to trust you with being a fiduciary responsible actor for a body of government. So really think about those things. Appendix B is a sample budget for how you might map out the different elements of your campaign. It's pretty straightforward: staff, field, materials, legal. Some of these numbers are dated because of inflation, but you should really look at this as to, you know, the building blocks, basic building blocks to a campaign, and don't take those numbers to the bank. These are all, they're roundabouts, things that were right about 5 years ago. Appendix C, field plan, best practices, canvassing. There's the basic components to a canvassing conversation, how to develop your canvassing skills, other considerations like data collection and maintaining eye contact and making sure people are supportive. Don't go inside of people's houses, but be courteous. There's a phone banking conversation for when you're making calls. This is mostly for staff, but if you have a rural area you're trying to represent, you might need that. And then the very last page is a campaign script. These are different types of scripts that you might run across. Voter ID, which means you're trying to figure out where they're at. A persuasion script, trying to maybe persuade somebody to really commit to your campaign. Get out the vote script, making sure they're ready to vote. Event turnout and volunteer recruitment. These are all pretty standard. This is all just for you to build upon and learn. So hopefully that gives you an understanding of what's in this campaign guidebook. Take it home, utilize it, manipulate it if you'd like, or save it in a different format. But the idea here is now that you have something to fall back on if you have any questions after this training. With that said, I met the deadline on the minute, so I'd like to thank you for giving me 30 minutes, and I'm going to just seamlessly transition here into our campaign strategy piece, which we touched on a little bit in this book, but to get a more in-depth look at that, I'm going to invite up Neel Sanappa for campaign strategy. And Marisa. Sorry.
Right, good morning, y'all. I know we're 30 minutes away from lunch, but we want to make sure that we are imparting a lot of practical information now, especially after this presentation from the Handbook. So just for some quick introductions, my name is Marisa, Moraza, Political Director with Power California and Power CA Action, and our work focuses on building up the power of young voters, especially young voters of color, across the state with an emphasis here in the Central Valley. And I'll pass it over to Neel.
Hi everyone, my name is Neel Sanappa. I am an organizer here in the Central Valley. I work for a more partisan organization, so I'm just going to leave that out. But this is primarily what I do for work. So I'm excited to share a little bit about campaign strategy with you, and I'll pass it back to Marisa.
Okay, so we heard some really important and powerful presentations from Dr. Daren Miller, right? What does it take to be a candidate? What's the assessment that you have to do? Also hearing from Randy Villegas and also Maria Lemus, really just highlighting all the different components that it takes to run and why it's important to run. So now let's get into the structure, kind of the key components of running a campaign and really building out a successful campaign strategy. So we want to start with just outlining how do campaigns differ from one another? And what this means is taking an assessment of the race that a candidate is going to run in. So here's a list here. These will be shared later, but also take a picture, whatever you need to do for this information. We want to just highlight a few things here. Really taking into account what is the race, right? What level of government are you trying to run for? Is this a primary election? Will this be decided in the primary? Is there not a primary? This is only a general election. Really considering the geography and demographics of this race. Where is it located? If it's rural, it's going to look different than if it's a race in the city of Fresno, for example. We also want to consider the political climate, and I'm also going to loop this in with number 5, the salient issues and the relationship to the candidate. We want to keep in mind what issues will resonate, If something's resonating nationally, will it also resonate locally with voters that you're connecting with? And also, what's relevant to that position? If I'm running for city council and I'm really only focusing on college requirements and A3G requirements, that's not going to land, that's not going to be relevant to the position. And then continuing down this list, we have an assessment and questions to consider as well. What is the candidate's position? And what's the state of that race? Is there already an incumbent? Is there already someone in this position? And you will be challenging, or is this an open race? Maybe there's a term limit, someone has resigned in disgrace, it happens, but that's important to consider because that will also change the dynamics of the race. We want to know, you got to know who the opponents are. What are their stances? What's the research on them? What's their financial background, right? What's the research that you need to have on them? Know who the candidate is. And then lastly, really digging into the resources that you can bring to a campaign. We're going to go into detail of what those resources are and how to start building them. And then lastly, number 10, the campaign choices you make. This can be a long process, and it's important that candidates are always aware, the team is always aware that every decision has an impact, and want to make sure that teams are setting themselves up for success. Okay, so.
Go back just one second. Just.
If you need a right, take a picture.
I'm old school.
Okay. So we're going to move into
okay, go ahead.
some key principles, and then Neel will go into a little bit more of like what's involved with these principles. First and foremost, principle number 1, this has been highlighted already. It is voters who ultimately decide the outcome of the elections. Yes, fundraising is important. Yes, the platform is important, the candidate's important, but who decides? It's voters who decide. The only exception is the presidential race because there's an electoral college involved, but every other position, it is voters, individual voters. Principle 2, resources are always limited. In organizing, we always talk about the main resources you have are time, people, and money. And so we want to make sure that teams and candidates are utilizing their resources in the best way possible, because there will always be constraints. There's never enough time, there's never enough money. There can be enough people, but we want to make sure that we're utilizing our resources and taking stock of what those resources are. Principle 3, love the images you picked. Votes are not equally easy or costly to get. And what this means is that each there are different types of voters, and not every vote uses the same amount of resources. Someone who has never voted, maybe they registered in high school, never voted again, is going to actually take more time and effort to ensure that they're going to turn out to vote. Someone who votes every single election, or typically known as super voters, will be a lot easier. Maybe you just need to get a mailer out today, have one conversation with them, bam, secured, blocked. So just knowing that the different types of demographics and voters, voter history will take different resources. All right, so those were our 3 principles. Now let's get into what we call the 3 core buckets for executing a campaign. First and foremost, our message. And I think it's important that we heard from Dr. Randy Villegas, Dr. Daren Miller, who really touched on this piece already. It's about leading with our values and using the different communications we have, our campaign, to uplift this and really lead with our values. We're always going to talk about money, right? We're always going to talk about the financials. So second is money. And Dillon had a really great section in the handbook, right? That you have to have money. You have to have this resource in order to run campaigns. You don't always need a ton of money, but ultimately you do need to fundraise, you do need to organize to fundraise to ensure that you have campaign finances to do this work. And then lastly, voter contact. Say it with me, y'all. Who decides an election? Voters, yes. So if we're not talking to voters, you're not going to lock down those votes. And it's important that communication with voters is direct. You want to be authentic, whether that's yourself, whether that's a canvassing team, a volunteer. You want to make sure that communication is authentic. And that's how we build a base, that's how we energize supporters, that's how we continue to grow a campaign. And is there anything you want to add?
To this piece, not really.
Okay.
I was gonna say we say like you don't need the most money, but you want to act as if you're going to raise the most money. It is gonna be the lifeblood of what drives your campaign in order to actually be able to contact the amount of people that you're gonna have to contact.
All right, and now let's get,
Yeah.
yes, okay. Now let's actually get into how does this all lay out? How do we build a successful timeline for a campaign? So I'm just going to kick it off. We're going to follow this little dog icon at the top. This is Dr.
It's a little monopoly dog.
Little monopoly dog, there we go. That's going to take us from the time we declare all the way to election day and even after election. A lot of this has been highlighted in the, or is listed out in the handbook that we just went over. So I just want to highlight a few key areas. First is that first point, building a life list. What is a life list? This is that inner circle, your guaranteed support. That means these are the folks who will be your first donors, folks that you absolutely know will canvass for you, volunteer for you, fundraise for you. And the folks that you know will turn up for you as well. Second, building a team, a great list of who's involved in the team in the handbook as well. And again, just want to reiterate, need a treasurer. Make sure to lock down a treasurer. 3, making a budget and making sure we have a tiered budget as well. I have a colleague who likes to make budgets that are listed as Lamborghini, then we have the Lexus, and then we have the Corolla, right? Making sure we have our dream budget all the way down to the realistic or just what we need to get by, the old reliable budget. Next in this timeline, when do we need to declare? How early in advance does a candidate need to declare to have enough time to implement all the campaign strategy pieces as well, or to build enough momentum, recognition as well. And part of that too is making sure that folks are present in the community. If folks are not present and really don't have a sense of the community or are new to a community, making sure that folks are showing up and being present. And then lastly is working on your message, right? What are the values? What are the key platform ideas? What's the key vision here? All right, and then this is, we're gonna stress this part. Around the candidate, you have to be able to put in the work. You have to be willing to work. It's going to be hard. If folks have ran before, you know it's hard work, it's long hours, it's not glamorous. It will test you. And what that means is you have to be able to be door knocking, canvassing as often as you can. We know out here it's tough conditions in the Central Valley, bad air quality, extreme heat, getting a lot of rain too. But folks have to be willing to put in that work and time. And there are things that can make this easier. That's why it's important to have your inner circle locked down, that life list. And then also making sure you have other types of support locked in as well. If you're a parent, is there support for childcare? Is there support for additional things like meals? Making sure folks are checking on you, right? If you're taking care of yourself, we need folks to also not only win, but be able to be successful in this position, and that means can be there and show up. And there really isn't way to not do this. There's very few races where you can just jump in, not do any work, and win. 98% of races will require hard work. And I love this image that Neel added in. Do you want to just highlight what this calendar is?
That's what your Google Calendar might look like if you decide to run for office. It's going to be filled with a bunch of stuff. You're not going to everything, but your calendar is going to be filled with things that you or your team are going to, right? And yeah, it's very, very important that a candidate is willing to put in the work. It is your second full-time job after the job that you already have. And so, yeah, I mean, like, really, it is very, very important that that you work really hard at this. Every election is a popularity contest, right? It is, but you're not going to win just by being popular, right? You're actually going to have to go and talk to voters and do all of the work. So, yeah.
And then Neel's going to take us through.
Right. So, one of the first things that you want to do when you set up your campaign, right, is power mapping. Right? And so this is kind of like a grid. You can use this a different kind of grid, but it is really just where you want to set up things, right? So this is separate from building your team, the folks that you really want to, the folks that you really want to bring in. But here you'll see, right, your targets at the top, right? The popular mayor who isn't endorsing in this election yet, right? Another example is your local labor council, your neighborhood association, right? The folks that might be against you are the neighboring council member of the other party, right? Whatever party you belong to is the other party or opposed to you or something, right? But you'll see that in level of influence, this is based on your district, right? So that council member might be the neighboring council member, but might not have as much influence as someone who actually has constituents in that district, which would be that popular mayor, right? But this is something that you want to put together, and you want to really visualize and understand like the players that are in your community, so you can kind of like figure out who you're going to seek out for endorsement, who can give you support, who can lead you towards maybe even like the right consultant or the right vendor for your services in your campaign, right? How do you get the knowledge that already exists in your community and how to win elections comes from power mapping these kinds of folks, right? And we put in at the very bottom, right, no influence, but for you, right, is that activist who shows up to everything, but they don't have a lot of reach, right? But they'll show up, right? And that person is very, very important, but when it comes to power mapping and mapping out the power of how you are going to create momentum within your campaign, they're not as like significant, right? And so still value that person very much, but you need to know how you're going to create an upward like staircase for your campaign to where you gain momentum and you're able to receive these endorsements and hit your targets and create power within your campaign. And the folks that you're going to do that with, as Dillon mentioned earlier, right, is your kitchen cabinet, right? The people that you want to bring in your campaign, right? And so when you create your life list and when you create your team, right, your team might be a little bit bigger than what this is. This kitchen cabinet, you're basically assembling the Avengers here, right? You want to bring in folks that are going to be really diverse in their skill sets, right? And have experience in organizing, right? They don't need to have necessarily experience on campaigns, but they need to be experienced in organizing. They need to be good at putting together calendars, all of that kind of stuff, right? And like Dillon said earlier, these are the folks that are going to be honest with you 100% of the time, right? If you are getting into a race in which it just doesn't look great, these are the folks that before you even declare are going to tell you, hey, you know, love you, want you to run, but this is going to be really, really hard, right? You want those people, not, oh, you're the best candidate, you're amazing, we're definitely going to do this, right? You want people that are going to be honest with you. And so this is a working group. It's smaller. It might be 5 to 6 folks. At most, maybe 8. That's even like a little bit big, but you don't want too many people in that room with you, right? This is going to be a very targeted and very intentional group that you're putting together. And what they're gonna do with you is look at districts with you, right? Look at your district for the first time, right? I put in here, warning, objects in this data might not be as great for you as they seem, right? So in this scenario, I'm gonna try to stay, again, this is a non-partisan example, and actually this is a district right here in the Central Valley, a supervisory district. I won't tell you which supervisory district it is, but come to me after the presentation and I'll tell you. But in this district, you can see if there is a young Latino running for office, a little bit more left-leaning in ideology, right? They're gonna look at this district as an overview, right? And I always tell candidates when I talk to them, and a lot of consultants will say this too. They'll show you these numbers, and I always say, forget it. Forget these numbers. They don't mean anything. This overview of your district means nothing to you as far as what you can work with in order to win your election, right? It is good data, you'll know it, and it's good to know, but it's not, you can't use this to approach your campaign, right? And so one of the things in here is, what I want you to notice is where everything's at, right? So we have about 13,000 Democratic voters, 12,000 Republican voters, 8,000 MPPs, 3,000 other, right? Varying, right? Our largest demographic here in age is 18 to 24, right? Huge number. Our lowest demographic is about 75, 79, that older range, right? When it comes to age. Gender. Females are voting way more in this district than males are. That tends to just track everywhere. And then ethnicity, right? Latinos are the majority, are the plurality in this district, right? And then white voters underneath them. These are all registered voters, right? And a lot of times when you look at this data, right, that no party preference voter, those numbers are going to be pretty high. A lot of people get registered at the DMV, get registered in their college campus or something, and they just register as MPP, and they don't really think about the election. But I want you to pay attention, because when I flip this, you're going to see this data do something really interesting, right? So just pay attention to what this graph looks like right now, and then we'll go to the next one, right? So this is your reality check, right? This is what that same district looks like when you take out non-voters and infrequent voters, right? So all of these voters now here are the folks that voted 3 out of the 5 last elections that were on their ballot, right? What does it change?
Age.
It changes age. What else did folks notice?
The numbers, the total voters.
The total numbers go way down, right? And what else changed?
Ethnicity.
So let's look at this, right? Just I'm gonna flip back and forth, right? Watch this. Isn't that crazy? This is the biggest issue that we have here in the Central Valley. There's districts that have young people in it that could go towards, really folks that really want to stand up for their communities, right? But this is what ends up happening, right? Questions? Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to add that in the last primary election, I think it was for the city or the county, I can't remember, Fresno, only young voters, which they consider 18 to 35, only 5% of the available voters who were that age actually voted in that election.
Exactly.
I think it was 13% as a county turned out, which is.
So going back to my original point though, and I stay a little bit more on this because it's very important, right? A lot of the times when candidates, they look at their district and they look at this, and if you're Latino, you are more left-leaning or something like that, right? And this is the non-partisan example, but I'm using partisan data to explain, right? That what you see at first might not be reality, right? The reality is very, very different, right? And so you're not going to be able to approach this race with this in mind, right? You're going to have to approach this race with this in mind, unless you have a very structured plan to go after this district in multiple cycles, right? Then you can look at that overview and say, hey, these are the folks that we have to turn out, right? But rule of thumb, and some folks agree with this, some don't, if you do want to try and get those non-voters and infrequent voters to come out, you probably need to be at their doors or on the phone with them close to a year prior to them seeing you on their ballot. And for most instances, they will never see you on their ballot because that ballot will go in the trash as soon as they can. That's what these voters are doing, right? So, declaring for office, right? Filing your papers, we're getting back in the timeline. Filing your papers, deciding your ballot designation, setting up online presence, your website, all of that, a press release, a Facebook post, and beginning to fundraise, right? Setting up that account, all of that. Your ballot designation is very, very important, folks. A lot of folks overlook this, they don't think about it enough, right? But it's your only chance to actually communicate to voters on their actual ballot. And it's the last chance that you'll have to communicate to voters at all. So these are some examples, right? You'll see parent, business owner, advocate, educator, teacher, attorney, incumbent. But what you really want to do is research what has worked in the past, right? A lot of the times, and there's data on this, there's studies on this, go and research the articles that have been written on this, and then look in your history of your race. What has been beneficial? What has worked, right? Just quickly, like a study that I was reading recently, right? Attorney, a lot of people will use attorney, right? But interestingly enough, district attorney and like public defender or something that has attorney with it that ties it to public service is usually a lot more successful, has a much higher win rate than an attorney that is like private practice attorney or something like that, right? So all of those things are very important, right? Parent does really well. If you're running for a school board, teacher does really well, right? Teacher and parent do really well. So study that. Make sure you don't just go and say, oh, this is what I do for a job, I'm just going to put it on there, right? You need to be very intentional and make sure that you are communicating a message with your ballot designation. Some counties are a little bit more strict with what you're able to put on there. Usually they give you 3 tries or chances, right? You can put 3 different things on, and then they're going to review it, make sure that there's no flags with it, and then have it go through. But you can be creative with it. You can be. If you have like a voluntary position that you think might work better with voters, or if you can call yourself something different than what your official title is, but your employer still recognizes you as that, for example, like community organizer might be a good one. What's the first person you think of sometimes when you think of community organizer? Exactly. There's a track, right? There's a track there, right? And so what are you trying to relate to voters, right? If you think that people in your district maybe were more favorable of somebody that had the moniker of community organizer attached to them, then maybe you would want to attach that to your name as well. Early campaigning, right?
Can you go back?
Oh, yeah.
I'm the slow one.
We are going to email all this out as a recap.
Yeah, you guys can beat on me afterwards.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm sorry I'm taking too long.
Okay. I got it. Go.
Okay, cool. So early campaign, right? You're going to continue fundraising. Call time is going to be so important. If you're a candidate that's not willing to do call time, unless you're in a really, really small district that's not going to take a lot of dollars to win, which is very rare in most cases. That used to be true in school board races, but we're not seeing that anymore. They're becoming more and more polarized, more money is being poured into them. They're becoming much more political, right? And so you need to do call time. You need to be calling donors. You need to be doing it. What was that?
No, I was gonna ask.
Oh, yeah. You need to be calling donors. You need to be calling that life list, right? And making sure that those folks are set up for a monthly contribution, right? So then you can make sure that you can pay for your data. You can pay for your ads that you might want to put out, right? You can pay for your mail piece. You can pay for your literature that you're going to have at the doors, right? And hopefully, if you're in a race in which you can hire staff, you can pay the people that are working on your campaign, right? House parties, right? Have folks heard about house parties in the past? Has anyone been to one? Okay, so the thing about house parties, right, is folks will often do them, and it ends up being, oh yeah, come over, like we're talking about this candidate, like they're gonna come and speak for a little bit, right? And nothing really ends up happening at the house party, right? That's why you need to be very, very intentional about house party. Either postcarding, phone banking, fundraising, right? Getting a group together and saying, hey, we all have our own personal life list. What we're gonna do right now, because we are invested in this campaign, we're gonna call through our phones for an hour and ask folks to just chip in. chip in $10, $15, right? They might not do it for that candidate if that candidate actually called them, right? But if you call them and you say, hey, I'm spending my Saturday at this person's house making phone calls to raise money because I want to make sure that, you know, Marisa makes it to the school board, right? Then that person is more likely to donate. And I swear to, it works. This really does work. If you get your life list to call theirs and do some relational organizing to bring in money, you can raise money, right? And a house party should have a set goal of what the amount of money that you want to raise at that house party. All of that should be intentional. Don't just tell people, hey, yeah, have a house party for me, and not give them any instructions. You want to make sure that this is an organizing opportunity, and you're collecting data, you're collecting money, and you're getting everything that you possibly can from this.
Yeah, Treasurer, on the phone banking thing, I've heard that that's kind of going out of style with some of the rules coming down from Sacramento with the cell phones having the caller ID and everything, that's starting to get deep six because of some of the complaints from voters.
I think, yeah, that might get covered in field. What I'll say really quick to that is that everything's always changing and things are always working or not working, and we always just have to adapt. Yeah. I don't see campaigns pulling away from phone banking.
Okay, because I had heard that there have been some rules and everything that's sort of starting to.
It's tougher. There's definitely more laws.
You still dial for dollars, as they say. But as for hi, go for Bob, you know that.
If you want, at lunch, if you want to discuss it, so mid-campaign, right? Persuasion IDs. Right? You need your IDs. You need to be tracking your IDs, right? You're going to do this with data. They're going to talk about this in field. But you want your persuasion IDs. Number one most important thing, right? And the reason being is you want the people that are going to vote for you, right? What else do you want? What other kind of data do you want? You want the people that are going to vote for you, and what else do you want? Someone's got to know. What? The people who are not voting. And why do you want the people that are not going to vote for you? So you can count how many you need, right? But I'm looking for something else. Why do you want the people that aren't going to vote for you? Why do you want them tracked?
You're not going to remind them.
What was that?
You're not going to remind them to vote.
You're not going to remind them to vote. You're not going to talk to them again. You're not going to use resources on these people ever again. And you need to know, right? Because resources are limited, right? Every vote costs money, right? Every single vote costs money, right? I think Barack Obama, the first time he ran for president, each of his votes cost the campaign like $3.30, right? In 2012, he got it down to like $3.17, right? But each voter is going to cost you something, right? And if you are spending extra time going back to a door where they already told you no, that they're voting for the person against you, then you're wasting money. And you're wasting money on that per vote is going up higher, right? Knocking, calling, texting, friend to friend, right? At this point, you have all of that set up. Sending mail and endorsements and events, right? So calendaring out all of your endorsements and all of your events and making sure that you're actually going to them or you're having a representative at them, right? So like by mid-campaign, you should already have some endorsements, right? But you're making sure that all of these are in line and you're not missing any deadlines. So get out the vote, right? So this is towards the end of the campaign, right? So get out the vote. Voters are going to receive their vote by mail ballots the first week of October, right? And so that's why you're going to have to reach out to folks and remind your positive IDs to turn out to vote, right? Folks are going to need a lot of reminders, especially if they're lower propensity to vote for you, right? And then hopefully you're not having to do as much fundraising because you made enough calls and you have dialed enough and you have sustainers at this point, right? Folks that are chipping in every month, so you're not having to dial as much for dollars at this point. Election day or days, right? Depending on what kind of county that you're in, there might be days versus a day. And just having folks go vote. Volunteers and the candidate themselves doing as much outreach. And then at night, collecting results and supporting the candidate however things turn out, right? Here in the Central Valley, it might be a case of our voter registrar's office. It might be because, our areas are very large geographically. Most of the time, you're not going to know. on election night, right? It might even look bad on election night, but 2-3 days later, your candidate ends up winning, right? So support your candidate, make sure that you're not down in the dumps on election day because things might not look great, right? We've seen so many instances of folks losing on election day, but winning 2-3 days later, sometimes a month later, right? And post-campaign, right? Outreach to other candidates. If you are running in a race in which there were multiple candidates, right? There might be someone in which that you were actually ideologically similar with, or you thought, hey, this person, I want to bring them in. Or they might have been ideologically opposite to you. But in order to keep your district, in order to make sure that folks aren't running against you in 4 years, right? You want to build some kind of relationship with that person. Personal outreach to thank key volunteers and donors, right? So you should be doing this while you're already dialing for dollars as folks, contribute to your campaign, thanking folks, right? It's super important. If you want to keep people on your team, you need to treat them right, and you need to make sure that they recognize that you recognize what they contributed. General email, social media messaging, and thanking your supporters. Collecting up yard signs, right? Don't litter your community that you just got elected to. Make sure you pick up all of your crap that you put out there. And then review and finalize your finances, right? This is why it's so important you have that finance person. You don't want to go and win an election and then get hit with an FPPC violation immediately after, right? Not a fun way to celebrate. So make sure you have a treasurer that knows what they're doing, that you can review the finances with at the end. A lot of times campaigns will be in the red at the end of a campaign. You might have to pitch in a little bit more money into your own campaign after the end of it. Sometimes you're in the green, which is nice, but usually you're not. And that is it. These are our emails if you would like to contact us. And I am over, so I'm not gonna open it for.
Can you bring that over to your TV, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Do we have any quick questions before we break to lunch?
And then we can also have more discussion.
Yeah, we can have it during lunch too.
I just have a comment on the kitchen cabinet. It's also making sure you have people that you trust, but that also keep you accountable. Because as a candidate, that's super important, having people that you surround yourself with that are gonna keep you on track and that you're gonna listen to, that are gonna hold you accountable for throughout the campaign.
Cool. Thanks, y'all.
It's important for you to know if you are a viable candidate for office and which interest groups are going to be able to demonstrate that to you. So someone that's been in the political game longer than I have and has a family tradition of really being very impactful in the Central Valley is Simone Cranston-Rhodes. She represents a bunch of different groups. I'll let her introduce herself on that. So please give it up for Simone.
My name's Simone Cranston-Rhodes. I am a community political organizer with SEIU 521. It's a union that represents county and school workers. We also recently organized childcare providers, which is one of the biggest new organized groups in the country. We have a childcare provider here today, Marcella. Thank you for joining. I'm also the president of the Central Valley Progressive PAC, which is an organization that, supports and gets local people elected to office. So I'm coming to this conversation with the idea of when a candidate is running for office, what are community organizations, what is labor, what are, different parties looking at when they're endorsing a candidate, okay? Getting key and meaningful endorsements for your campaign are going to make or break whether you have the ability to do good fundraising, have volunteers, have people knocking on the doors for you. So being able to get these endorsements is going to be a big deal for somebody running for office. So the segment is about viability. And I just wanted to talk about, that's not necessarily a common word that we use on a day-to-day basis. So what does viability mean? Viability is the ability to work successfully. So I don't want to discourage anybody from running for office if you're so called to, but an important aspect of running for office is being able to be elected, right? So we want to have a conversation about what it takes to be able to get elected.
So what this conversation is going to be about are important questions you should be asking before you decide to run for office. There should be a worksheet that's going around. Fawn, was that passed out? Yeah? Okay. So before you run for office, there are questions that your supporters and your opponents will be asking about your campaign. And it's really important that you're going to be able to have the answers to these questions in order to run a successful campaign. And I believe some of this was tracked in the workbook or handbook that Dillon passed out as well. He has some of these questions as well. But when you are asking for endorsements from labor, from community organizations, this is kind of a look into what are they looking at when they're making these endorsements, right? And so I'm going to break down what these conversations are that we have kind of behind the scenes, right? So when we're assessing the viability of a candidate, we're looking at name recognition, the ability for the candidate to fundraise, the ability to attract volunteers, the ability to get other meaningful endorsements, whether that's from a party, labor, or community organizations. We talked about this as well earlier. Does the candidate have any skeletons in their closet? And seeking endorsements with unions that are directly affiliated with your district. I'm going to get into what that means, so we'll get into it later. So first of all, name recognition. What do people think name recognition is for a candidate? Any thoughts?
Could be anything, actually.
Could be anything, okay.
Celebrity, Arnold, sports athlete.
Yeah, those are some name recognitions. I see a hand up over here.
It's mostly the ability to translate votes from your name or from your...
Yeah, so there's a lot of different ways a candidate can have name recognition. Maybe they've run in that district before, or in a district that overlaps with the district they're going to be running in. It could be having their name mentioned on the radio, on television, in newspapers. It could be social media, or it could be some level of celebrity, right? Like a lot of us here in Fresno, we might know who is our mayor, right? It's the former police chief, and before he ran for office, he had billboards up around town saying what a great guy he was, right? Like, name recognition can come in a lot of different forms, but it's important before you're running for office that, you know, there's some level of name recognition you have in your district. Now, if you begin to run for office, it could be as simple as going to community events, right? Going to a neighborhood party. You know, name recognition is a lot of different things, but it's something that we think about when we're endorsing a candidate. Does this person have name recognition in their district? Fundraising is another important way we evaluate viability. So, you know, most candidates, this is kind of the thing that they don't like, the thing that they don't want to do, right? Fundraising. But unfortunately, it is really important that you have an ability to fundraise. I'll give you some examples when we're looking at candidate questionnaires, whether that's at the local level, the state level, or the federal level. We'll look at, okay, how much has this candidate fundraised to date, and what is their projected budget, right? And if a candidate says, well, my projected budget is $300,000, and I fundraised $250 so far. Right? We might be like, okay. Versus, you know, we've had candidates who are running for Congress who, before they've even filed, they've raised $1 million, right? So, you know, there's a large scale on how well candidates are able to fundraise. You know, like this candidate who raised $1 million, that was a seat where there was national attention on it, right? And they were getting money from all across the country pouring in. So, you know, again, depending on the race, depending on the circumstances, fundraising can be on a very large different scale from $100 to $1 million. Volunteers. Are you able to attract volunteers to your campaign? Now this is something we talked about, right? Obviously it could be, you know, your intimate small group of people who you have and you trust and you consult with, but that's one level of volunteers. But we also need a bigger set of volunteers, right? Who are gonna knock on doors, who are gonna phone bank, who are gonna do more things for us. Now, when we're looking at endorsements, this is where volunteers become really important, because the one way that we can counter the immense amount of money that's coming in from the conservative side is with unions and people power. One thing that unions offer that will combat the amount of money coming in from the other side is the ability to get volunteers to work on your campaigns, right? So if you are able to earn union endorsements, Central Labor Council, you can get a wide amount of volunteers who are gonna work on your campaign, which is, you know, a huge asset when you're running for office. So meaningful endorsements, that's another thing that we look at if we're assessing viability of a candidate. And you know, viability of a candidate isn't everything. Obviously, sometimes some candidates are just so good on the issues that the viability isn't as important. But oftentimes, especially if this is a race that is going to directly affect union workers, right? And again, I'll give examples in my own field. We represent county employees at my job. So when you look at Fresno County employees, if they're looking at endorsing Board of Supervisors, there is some buy-in to who they're going to endorse for those races, because the Board of Supervisors are the ones who are going to vote on their contracts. Right? They're going to vote on their wages, their benefits, their working conditions. So you don't want to endorse someone who's just doesn't have any level of viability, right? So when we're talking about who we're going to endorse, you want to make sure you're endorsing someone who has a chance to win. And these are the things that we analyze when we're looking at it. Are they getting meaningful endorsements? Are they able to fundraise? Are they able to have name recognition in the district that they're running in, right? So skeletons in your closet. Obviously that's one that we have brought up a couple times in these presentations, but it is important, right? Sometimes the skeletons in your closet aren't going to hugely negatively affect your campaign, but sometimes they can bring your campaign down, right? So it's important when different groups are doing endorsements that they're doing their research on who the candidates are. Is there something that is going to prevent a candidate from being able to be elected to a certain seat, right? We brought up arrests, bankruptcies, you know, accusations. There's all sorts of things that could be skeletons in the closet, but you know, we just want to make sure that when we're assessing viability, that there's not going to be something that stops them from getting elected. So labor and community endorsements. So I brought up earlier about, you know, when we're looking at different seats of office, you have federal, you have state, you have local offices. For us specifically, for our union, you know, we endorse in school board races, we endorse in county supervisor races, we endorse in state elected and federal, but we have different chapters of different union representatives who are affected by those differently. So, for example, SEIU 1000, they're state employees. So they're going to be the chapter that is mostly affected by state assembly and state senators who are elected, right? So they're going to be the ones who are going to interview and look at those candidates and see, is this someone who's going to be labor friendly and who we want in those positions? Same with the county level, same with school board level, right? We have the members who are primarily affected by those seats, interview those candidates and look at making those endorsements. So my advice to you guys as potential candidates is, if you decide to run for a seat, you should look into this board, who, let's say for example, we have Dan here today. He's running for school board. So when he decides to run for that seat, he's gonna look at the primary unions that are affected by these school boards is the Fresno Teachers Association, CSEA, classified employees, which is SEIU 521, right? So when he decides to run for that seat, he's gonna need to reach out to those unions, right? But hopefully before he does that, he does a little research on what issues, right, that affect these unions, and have conversations with them. So just a little information for you guys, if you're running for office, do that research. Look into which unions are gonna be affected by the seats you're running for, and make those connections. Be proactive about it, right? If you have candidates who's running in the future, if you're considering running in the future, make sure that you are looking through all of these things, and before you're going to an interview for endorsement, before you're deciding to run, just make sure that you are going through all these questions and making sure that you have answers and that you're able to articulate, what your answers are to these things, because if not, people are going to have a hard time getting behind your campaign, getting behind, endorsing you, if you are not able to articulate what your strategy and how you're gonna, win. So is there any questions before we move on to the next portion? No? Everyone's good? All right, thank you.
All right, it looks like this room's a lot more packed than the other room. I had a curiosity to go in finance too. I know more of the back end. In our organization, we have a really brilliant person who takes care of all the campaign finances. I just execute the programmatic stuff and then throw a bunch of papers. Like, hey, can you file this? I don't know what this is. Can you throw this stuff? So I was kind of curious on that, but I'm more than happy to step up and share my experiences here with our field operations. So to start off, a little bit of introduction. My name is Reyes Uviedo. I'm the program director with Valley Forward. I started off with Valley Forward almost serendipitous. I was a broke college student back in 2018. I just needed a summer internship, something to do, so I could pay off some of my tuition. And one thing led to another. I eventually graduated from Fresno State with a bachelor's degree, and ultimately abandoned that career path and told myself I'd come back and get a master's degree one day. There's not much you can do with a bachelor's degree in psychology. That hasn't happened since, because as I got more and more involved in this political arena for this issues that are plaguing our community, it's harder and harder to go back to reality. I often like to tell all our students as we onboard them is that getting into the political scene is very much like seeing the Matrix, right? You take the red pill and you see the world from what it is, and once you take it, you cannot unsee it. And you're gonna live the rest of your life trying to convince other people to join you in the scene too.
Excuse me, could you speak a little bit louder for the interpreter? Sure. I'm sorry to interrupt, since there's no microphone.
Sure.
Thank you.
So what I'm going to go through here is more of a shared experience. I've never been formally trained to be a campaign manager, but I have been in charge in a lot of campaigns over the years, probably more than I can care to count. We've had a lot of wins, and we've had losses. Luckily, more wins than losses, right? So, starting off here, I know Dillon did touch a little bit on this campaign handbook on the field operations, so I'll touch a little bit more in depth on some of those, but more of a realistic share of what I've experienced over the last 6 years or so that I've been with Valley Forward. Valley Forward, we're a nonprofit organization. We recruit and train young college students to become outreach specialists in the community. Throughout the year, we do a number of outreach programs. for various community resources, such as mortgage relief, tax prep assistance, workers' rights, etc. But because we are a 501c4, we can't be directly partisan. We can actually throw punches when it comes to elections. And that's our biggest strength, to be able to directly go after those who we believe will make positive change. And our formula of using young college students is highly successful. I personally don't see myself as being very young anymore. Some do think that, but I do see that college students have that much more energy. They're able to put a little bit of hop in their steps when they're knocking on the doors. And in return, they are able to receive a scholarship award for their involvement. It's a win-win for me, at least I like to think it, because I know when I was a college student, I was only able to either go to school or go to work. There was no in-between to volunteer or to get involved. So we give our college students the ability to get involved, but also be able to finance their education at the same time. So I think that's our secret formula that's largely been making a lot of our campaigns successful. They're motivated to live in the areas that we're walking in, so they can carry that sense of conviction or the compelling messaging. Okay, I have several categories here. We'll start with some canvassing, some field expectations, talk a little bit about voter universe, data, what we mentioned a couple of times, and data here refers to registered voters and how the data and how those conversations are going at the door. I'm a very technical person. I like to really overanalyze numbers. You can never overanalyze stuff. Sometimes I'll go down the rabbit hole of possibilities and eventually climb out, my hair all in disarray. We'll talk a little bit about conversations at the door, how those conversations can be navigated, and the importance of staying on message, particularly based on the office that we run for. So, going back to the handbook, Dillon did talk a little bit about that win number. That's the very first thing that needs to be analyzed. And as we saw on the slides that I believe Neel was showing, you had a ideal universe or the way the universe looks on paper, and then you have the reality of the voter turnout. So that win number typically refers to that second picture that Neel showed, what the voter turnout. And to me, to analyze a good win number is to see the previous most identical election of that district. And I'm not talking about the exact previous one. Maybe there's a couple elections ago that modeled a similar pattern that's happening now, but the previous one didn't. So I would analyze that one as close as possible to the one that's about to happen and try to identify all those IDs in that universe that can benefit your campaign. And that includes age, ethnicity, demographics, party preference, etc. And then that will help tailor your message.
Question. So since we're in a presidential election, we come from a rural community, and the last election that happened, it was minimal, it wasn't a presidential election. So I should go off of the previous presidential election, correct?
Correct. So generally there's, to me I see it as two different cycles. We have the gubernatorial elections, which is the governor's election year, and then you have the presidential. Those are two very distinct, and often voters very, very different from those two election processes. So, and a lot of the offices that you're planning to run for typically stay within that category. For example, say school board races, they're every 4 years, they just happen to line up with presidential elections. And within those election cycles, there's a big difference between the primary and the general election. I mean, especially in presidential election, as you saw, the presidential election is in March, or the primary is in March, versus in gubernatorial election years, the primary is in June. And that plays a big difference in terms of how you take the approach in the campaign. Some campaigns will not have a primary, they just go straight to the November. But for the primary portion of it, at least on our end, it impacts a lot, because if the election is in March, the first Tuesday of March, that means you're canvassing in January and February. there's hardly any daylight out there. So in our case, as we deploy our student canvassers out there, they're trying to get 6-8 hours in. We typically prefer to launch them out at 10 a.m. That's the time where you're able to have a stronger possibility of people opening the door. But because the sun goes down really early, we have to launch them out at 8:30 or 9 in the morning. Unfortunately, not a lot of people open the doors, but that is the reality. So whether it's a gubernatorial or a presidential election, it has a really big impact on how you navigate your strategy. Yes? No, yeah?
Oh, I had one. As far as data, I know that some of the slides had data, but it didn't have a source. Do you guys have a list of sources that we can, access? Is there anything like that that you can share with us?
Yeah. Publicly, you can always go to the county clerk's office and pull that data. Unfortunately, they will give it to you what I call in really raw format, stacks, right? You can figure it out, or in digital format, but in really raw format. In our organization, we technically pay a pretty good premium to use a software called Political Data Incorporated. That last time might have been changed to Intelligence, but it's just collectively known as PDI. So within that subscription, PDI compiles all registered voter data throughout the state of California and makes it available to me the way I want it, with any and all filters that I want. Maybe even down to the street level. I can filter out certain things, and that works to my advantage for many reasons, right? You get to create a very hyper-targeted universe, but you also get to exclude certain voters that are not feasible for you to go knock on doors. The really rural areas that are like one house every 2 miles, etc. But what I do with those rural areas that are not, I consider non-walkable, I compile that as a separate universe and target them with phone banking and text messaging. Never want to leave them behind. A single voter can make a difference. Any other questions so far on the win number and analyzing previous elections? Targeting is also included in my stuff.
Reyes?
Yes.
Have you seen in districts or jurisdictions that you've worked, the win number changing? Or because of demographic changes, is there changes in voting patterns that you're witnessing to any extent?
There is. It largely has to do with what I call environmental reasons, what's going on in the political field at that point in time. But largely, there's not much fluctuation. There's always going to be a fluctuation, but it's steady enough for you to make decisions based on the previous election. So we have younger voters moving into Fresno County. Yes, those kind of numbers are fluctuating all the time. Some numbers are increasing, decreasing. But it's at such a steady rate, I like to think, that it's still constant to me. So there is very fluctuations, but they're pretty stable or pretty consistent.
And days of the week for canvassing?
Yes, that's the next portion here on canvassing. The best time for me to reach voters is Saturday mornings and Sunday mornings. That is ultimately the time where people are usually off from work. Ideally, Sunday mornings are usually the best. After around 11 a.m., people come back from church or whatever reason. In our operation, we do Thursday through Sunday to be able to allow students to be able to put in about 100 hours or so of community outreach throughout the month. But our volunteer operations are always on Saturdays because Sundays is a little trickier to get volunteers to show up. That's usually a leisure day. If they come out to volunteer to walk for your campaign on a Saturday morning, that tells you a lot. That you feel like you'd be pushing it for Sunday. Now, every candidate would like to have volunteer day every single day of the week. It's never enough, right? But it's best to just have massive or as big of volunteer launches on Saturday instead of micro volunteers throughout the week. Now, I'll talk about this a little bit more, but you got to identify volunteers and their specialties. Not everybody's cut out to go walk, right? It's 100 degrees. Maybe some people are really good over the phone, being able to talk to people and convince them over the phone. Some people, I found a lot of people who just detest the phone making. They'd rather go door to door knocking. When I was a canvasser, I was more of a phone maker. Because one, you go faster. It's a lot faster. When you're canvassing, the average door knock per hour is anywhere between 15 and 20 doors per hour. when you're phone banking, it's about 40 to 100 phone calls per hour. Now those are called attempts. That's how many times you tried. That doesn't mean you actually had a conversation. And each of those have their own advantages and disadvantages. Again, I'll go over it a little bit more in detail later on. Let's talk about canvassing. First and foremost, you gotta prep your Saturdays. You gotta have your data squared away before Saturday. You can't be on Saturday morning trying to figure out, your universe, and there's always glitches. PDI is full of glitches, but by far PDI is the most sophisticated software, but it's still full of glitches. So have your data squared away, your universe, your walk-ins, your assignments, so people come in and you're able to launch it. Here's your login, or here's your walk list. You're ready to go. You don't want to be squaring that out on Saturday morning because then you look kind of unorganized. Now, in canvassing, I'd like to touch a little bit about data as it relates to what's known as conventional versus mobile application. Most candidates, the best, it costs a lot of money to run a campaign, but largely the most cost-effective way is to do paper walk lists, meaning that you print out your universe with the relevant questionnaires associated to it. And typically, each registered voter will have a barcode associated to it, so you can pull that data back into your campaign stuff and use it the way your campaign's going to use it for. But you either have paper walk lists, or you have what we use is a mobile canvassing app, which is PDI. Both of those derive the data from the same software. It's just of how you're going to go out and knock on those doors. I've done paper walk lists very early on when I first started, and I didn't like it. It's messy. You literally have a stack of papers like this. You have to flip through it and find the address and coordinate yourself. The mobile canvassing app, you get a login, a password, you log in, you see a map. And then you're able to figure out what doors you're going to knock on. If they're not in your map, obviously you're not going to go knock on those doors because they've been, whoever's on the canvassing app, in terms of registered voters, they were put there strategically. So you don't want to just go knock on every single houses because some of those houses were removed for a particular reason, depending on what the consultant was suggesting, and you might be wasting your time if you try to do it your own way and go to knock on every door. And one of the things I tell my students a lot is the reality of this, it's a numbers game. Some of my students, they're young and they have some really good, strong moral values, and they tell me, Sir Reyes, why can't we just talk to everybody? Including, people who are not registered voters. We should engage everybody. I'm like, I love that mentality and I wish we could afford that, but we have 2 months and we have X amount of voters and we gotta talk to them quickly. And you gotta refresh the universe. We gotta do at least 2 passes. We can't be wasting our time talking to non-registered voters because they're not going to equate to a voter turnout. They mentioned the $3 and something cent per voter cost. That's a real number. That's a real number you have to analyze. It costs a lot of money to run a campaign, and unfortunately, we don't have this kind of resources to just do a general income. You have to be very precise and very strategic. So prep your data the day before. Often overlooked is breakfast. You gotta feed your volunteers. You gotta feed your staff. And you gotta give them good food too. You can't just throw a couple of cookies and some stale coffee there and like, all right, man, let's lunch. No, good food. I like to personally pick like a good restaurant nearby or something where I personally have tried their food and I like to recommend my volunteers. And I say staff too, even though they're being paid, you don't necessarily have to provide them food, but it's all about an investment. How you invest. You have a limited amount of resources. You have a finite amount of resources. You have to figure out what you invest in. And for me, I will treat my paid canvassers the same way I treat my volunteers. I want them to have a very positive experience. I do not want them to feel like someone's cracking a whip at them, right? Treat them as they're there as volunteers. And the same thing for volunteers. You want them to come back. You don't want the next Saturday is like the previous Saturday you have 20 people show up, and the next you have like 3 people and they're really happy, right? So you gotta feed them, give them good coffee. Coffee is good for energy. I tell my students don't drink coffee in the morning because you're gonna be walking there for like 8 hours. Coffee is diuretic, it makes you dehydrate even more, but you can have things like diabetes, whatever They still call after everyone's having their fill, they're given about 20 or so minutes of networking, socializing, an opportunity for them to relax and feel comfortable. You as a candidate's next responsibility is to have that speech where you are going to motivate people and you are going to get them fired up and excited to go knock on their doors. If you stand in front of them and tell them, yeah, the situation sucks, let's just go knock on the doors and make changes. People are going to, okay. They're not going to take that message as concise to the door. So you are the source of inspiration for them. Most of them already come here with a messaging about making change, but you are kind of like delivering that inspirational message to them and tying it all together. Right after that comes the more technical stuff, the boring stuff that I have to do is the training. You want to have clear and synchronized operation. If you tell people this is your walk list, these are the surveys, feel free to talk to people however way you want to, you're going to get all kinds of different mixed results. Now, if everyone interprets the response a certain way, in their own personal way, you're going to get all kinds of mixed data and stuff that people just interpret wrong. For example, one of the first things in our survey is one that's what's known as disposition. And that is basically identifying the voter, whether it was a conversation or it was a non-contact. We have not available, not home, already voted, deceased, moved, etc. And at one point we had a that not available. People were clicking that when they weren't opening the door. Unfortunately, on our end, when they clicked not available, that was a non-contact permanent, and when they removed that voter out, it's like no. Click not home, because that turns, without getting too technical, that turns the house from green to yellow instead of turning it from green to red. Because once you turn it to red, the next person who goes out and knocks on that door, they don't know why it's red. Maybe there was a dog in the yard, it was a hazardous thing. Maybe the voter refused, maybe the voter moved, but in reality, it was just a no. So the training is really important to make sure that everyone's on the same page. Everyone's interpreting the responses in the same way. I personally really highly encourage everybody to follow the script as closely as possible, because again, it has to do with the consistency of the data. Now you'll have, in this Saturday morning, we're talking about this is a scenario on a Saturday morning, you'll have both phone banking and canvassing operations. You're gonna have both. Again, because everyone's capacity to volunteer for you varies a lot. Maybe there's some people who don't even want to talk to anymore. They just want to drop lit. If they're volunteers, take what you can get. Maybe some people want to craft postcards. And that's all they can do, and they don't want to talk to people. They're not able to walk and take literature. You take what you can get, and that is help, and that is support. So you'll have to do different versions of these trainings for both canvassing and home banking. A lot of the operational stuff largely remains the same between canvassing and home banking, but there are some critical differences in, like, for example, in home banking. It's ideal.
About 2-minute warning to get everybody 5 minutes. Really? That's because it took 5 to 6 minutes for everybody to get here.
You got it. So there's different training for phone banking and canvassing for the launches. Phone banking, you'll leave a voicemail, and that's another voter that we can go ahead and knock on their doors. Some field expectations. Know that most conversations you'll have with voters are generally positive. They're not negative. You shouldn't feel intimidated that someone's going to be rude. Those are rare. It's rare when someone's actually rude to you. Most people are just either neutral or they'll give you their opinion. But you'll, out in the field, you'll face several challenges such as rude voters, dogs, heat, traffic, etc. Of police, because police call on our students a lot. Probably because they're young brown kids in the neighborhood. Like, what are they doing in my neighborhood? So we have to go and call the police department. Like, it's okay. We're just canvassing. We're not trying to steal people's Amazon packages. Voter universes. This part is kind of important if you're the candidate. it's really important to give the more favorable universe to your volunteers and your staff if you so wish so, and the more challenging universe is left to the candidate. And what do I mean the difference between favorable and challenging? If you're a progressive candidate, then you want to give the progressive universe to your voters and volunteers because you want them to have a very positive experience. You do not want them to go talk to some radical person who is anti the campaign and then come back and like, I don't want to come back. So the candidate always has to pick up the heavy lifting, which is talk to the voter that the rest of the campaign doesn't want to talk to. So differentiate between those. Data accuracy. As a candidate, you gotta understand that there's differences in data accuracy between volunteer canvassing results versus paid canvassing. Personally, I like to differentiate those as paid canvassing typically are a lot more accurate because as a paid canvasser, things don't look right on the back end. You can pull them in and tell them, hey, your stuff doesn't square up. Your stuff is just odd. You need to fix it. You need to improve your quality in a respectful way. Can't do that with volunteer. Take what you can get. So there's an understanding that there's a difference in accuracy in data for those. And data freshness. Refresh your data. You do not want to spend your time knocking on the door of someone who already refused or someone who already said they're going to be supporting. For those supporting IDs or identifiers, it's similar to gold mining. You get a gram or so of gold for every metric ton of stuff you move, but then ultimately you end up with what's known as black gold. You still have to work it, fine tune it, fine filter it, and that's what those support IDs are. That's the gold of it, but it's not done yet. I would prefer to leave those supporting IDs to more advanced canvassers or to more supporting or more advanced canvassers who have better messaging, because that is what you work for the entire campaign. For those support IDs, and you want to treat them very careful and make sure that they make it to finish and make it to county results. When it comes to conversations, you have to agitate. That's the reality. You have to make the issues relevant. I know some people do not feel comfortable with the word agitating a voter, but that is how you get people to actually take action. Make the issues relevant. Keep the conversations relevant. If you're out there canvassing for board supervisors or by school district, and the voters talking about abortion and gun rights, you got to be able to reel that conversation so it's relevant and you're not wasting your time. You got to keep your conversations very brief. I say about 5 minutes. Even though they're engaging and you're making some meaningful connection with the voter, there's thousands of voters to know. So keep them brief, relevant, and ultimately make a clear ask. Asking the voter at the end and asking them something like, so can we count on you to be involved in a really progressive change? They say yes. That's not a clear ask. Can we count on you to vote for me on November 5th? That is a clear ask. You always got to leave that door with a clear ask. And all that data, again, ultimately comes back. And then as a campaign, you're in charge, or the campaign manager or the consultant, whoever the responsibility is in charge of keeping the data and all those IDs clean, refreshed, and relevant. There's a whole other section here on GOTV, but that largely focuses on those support IDs, where you're just focusing on those support IDs. People who already said yes, people who maybe you want to drop off a lawn sign, and that's the main goal on that. Usually it's about 2 to 3 weeks before election, the actual election date. We call it election deadline, right? Because everyone receives their ballot 30 days before the election, so we call the election day, that's the election deadline. Everyone's able to vote up to 30 days before the election, and they vote by mail. Overall, it looks like we're right on time. I'll take some quick questions. It's hard to get an entire field operation here in 30 minutes, just like the rest of the topics there. Quick questions, anybody?
So how relevant is mail in a presidential year for a local race?
Mail in ballots?
No, like mail, like mailers.
I believe a lot of canvassing, door-to-door canvassing. I'm not a big proponent of mailers or lawn signs. I feel like, yes, name recognition is there, and many candidates want to spend so much of their money on mailers and leave very little room to have those one-on-one conversations. So name ID comes through mailers too. As Dillon mentioned, as we knock on a couple hundred doors, 25% of them will actually open the door, so the mailers are good. But when you're going out there in campus and you're already taking a piece of literature with you to that targeted universe, the same way as mailers will be sent out to a targeted universe. So I'm a strong proponent of that one-on-one conversation versus mailers as a focusing your resources.
Good question. So there are some other things that get can use besides PEI, but is it better to, I guess, align yourself with an organization that already has access to PEI as opposed to trying to take PEI on yourself and getting one of the lesser known platforms that
I would personally definitely say align with someone who already has those existing resources. PEI is a very complicated software, and there's a couple of other ones, but personally I don't think any of them come even close to the capacity of what PEI can offer. And it's really complicated software. It really takes quite a bit of learning to be able to use it. I self-taught myself PEI, no one taught me, and people usually don't want to teach other people how to use PEI, and some people that's how they make their living as a campaign consultant. They know how to use PEI, and that's their bread and butter for their living. I personally, I don't care. I'll teach anybody. The more people know how to use PEI, the better we will be, I think. We use PEI not just for campaigns, but for many other projects, for mapping purposes, or our other projects, because we cut out a particular contract with PEI itself to include non-registered voters. Of course, we have the elections are registered voters. All right.
I'm Carole Laval. I serve as treasurer right now for about 3 candidates in an organization. I've been doing treasurer work for 10, 12 years. A few years. It was said earlier that this is a critical function for a candidate. It is extraordinarily critical. And it's not that difficult, and everybody's afraid of numbers, but you shouldn't be. Our candidates need treasurers. If we have people that we want to see, grab a hand out, please. If we have people that we would, where are they? Was that? Yes. Oh, Mila. Hey, Carole. Hi. Goodness to see you. Well, whatever.
There we go. We can do that. I was over here.
Grab a hand out, and you can talk maybe about your treasurer experience. You had a. Please don't. Oh, okay. Just take a copy.
No, sure.
Everybody get a copy, please.
Okay, I'll come back and get that.
Okay. It's essential that you have somebody who performs this function. If you're running for office, you have to spend your time running, and somebody else, your treasurer, takes care of the finances for you without you having to worry about it. Yeah, I think we're good. No, I think once everybody's got.
Yeah, most of the people are where they're going to be downstairs.
Okay, very good. And again, hard stop on voting. You go back to the other little. So what I've put together for you, and I guess I did it as a front and back copy, is the essential materials that summarize what you need and that kind of stuff, forms to fill out and what the requirements are. So in California, we have the Fair Political Practices Commission, FPPC, and if you are running for office, you create an account with the FPPC. So you cannot start collecting money for a campaign without filing. If you go to, I have it marked as page 1. It's a nice summary sheet, campaign basics. Pages 2 and 3 are a checklist. The FPPC has all kinds of resources on their site. They have videos, they have slides, they have summary sheets, they have all of the forms that you need. You want to make sure that you go back to them for everything that you need. If you have a question, you call. Grab a copy, please. You call them, you email them. You want to always be on the right side. So I have been doing this for a number of years. What happens is that as long as you file fully and on time, you're not in any trouble. You can always file a correction. But the important thing is that you file, that you do things the way you're supposed to, and that you do it on time. Nobody wants to go after you for a violation. They just don't. They want you to be compliant. They'll give you all kinds of leeway. If you find you've made a mistake, you file a correction. That's all there is to it. I did one recently. Because I had to make a correction back 5 years ago, I had to then go to all of the subsequent reports and refile those because it affected all of the subsequent reports. There's no fines, there's no penalties. I'm trying to do this in good faith, right? It's not something you should be afraid of doing. If you support a candidate, your candidate needs a treasurer. It's as simple as that. It's an important function. If we think that people, lifelong Democrat, I know this is nonpartisan, but I'm a lifelong Democrat. If I think that we need Democrats in office, I need to be willing to help them win. I need to be willing to help them get into office. The candidate must run. They need a treasurer to take care of the financial part. And what the treasurer does, and the candidate has to do it on time, right, is tell me everything that they've collected, everything that they've spent. I'm going to put it into an online program for reporting purposes. I think everybody's online now. When I started doing this, it was doggone paper sheet. It was just, so it was just gruesome. But now everything is online and it calculates everything for you. I have trouble sometimes figuring out what category, an expense is supposed to go into, but it's a good faith statement, right? The people that are really, and nobody looks at them except the candidate themselves and your opposition. And they're watching to see if you are filing accurately. And if you're not, and I've been involved in a few of these, they're going to file a complaint with FPPC, and you never want to be on the receiving end on its own. So what happens is you file timely, you file completely to your knowledge, and timely means by the date that it's required. And then probably the first person who's going to open up your filed report is your opponent, and they're going to go to make sure. Do you have this experience?
Yes.
Yeah. Caleb, did this happen?
Yeah. Sort of. So my campaign was very small, so I only had I only did the 470. So a lot of these FPPC things didn't wind up. But when I did encounter a version of that, I was, who was it? GB Wire. GB Wire called me one time, and they're like,
Which
hey,
is essentially an opponent.
Yeah, it was a conservative media outlet, and because I ran, for background for those of you who don't know, I ran as a Democrat for state assembly in Assembly District 8. It was a very.
This is Patterson.
This is Patterson. It was Patterson.
He holds the seat now.
No, he retired. It's good. Yeah, you're right. He's holding the seat now, but you're right. You're correct.
He's termed. He will be termed out.
Yes.
Yes.
And it's
his last term.
His last term.
Yeah. I ran for Assembly District 8 as a Democrat, and it was a very small campaign because we kind of knew that it's a deep red district. I think Patterson won 7%.
It's basically sometimes it's a statement. It's
it was exactly.
To have an opponent so that somebody's not running on a vote.
That's exactly what we were trying to do. We wanted some Dem on the ballot, and so we pitched me. And so we just ran the 470, but because of that.
Well, hold on. A 470 is a form you file if you're collecting and spending less than $2,000.
Yes.
So it gives you have a reporting status or a registration status with FPPC, but it's a small amount.
So,
go ahead.
So like GB Wire called me and it was David Tom with GB Wire and he calls me and he's for an interview and he's like, hey, I'm looking up your I don't remember what he said, but it's like he looked, I had a treasurer handle most of this, so I didn't know most of the details, but it's like he looked me up in the database and I wasn't there because I didn't file Form 410, I filed 470. So it didn't, since I didn't have a public bank account because I only did the 470, I wasn't coming up in the campaign expenditure database. And he was like, hey, what's going on with that? And I was like, well, I filed 470. I had to explain that situation to him. But, so yeah, I did kind of deal with that.
Okay. Did you want to talk about your experience?
My experience, I don't think it's similar for him.
Oh, okay.
What happened because my good friends who are campaigning and fixed the finances, and that's happened on people ours.
Okay, there was a complaint made?
Complaint made because they say that our file is not coming, it's not showing, it's wrong to be processed. And we filed the one you see to us. So that's reason fighting. That's it.
And what was the result?
The result, they fixed it.
Okay.
We fixed it, what's going on, we explain what's happening, and that's the problem because when you file those papers, don't give them, you have your original. Give them your Xerox copy. The original keep it. Or original keep it that you have a Xerox copy. Don't always give them the papers only without your copies by yourself because they can turn you upside down. Oh, you don't have a copy, you lost it or something happened.
So I have a binder that I've got our material today in. I keep a binder because it's my age. I'm all paper. For the 4 FPPC accounts that I file for, I want a copy of everything. I have an electronic file for them as well. You want good records. So if you become a treasurer, you're going, you and the candidate are going to start with the candidate intention statement, the 501. You file a 501?
Yes, I filed a 501.
Okay. Yeah. So 501 is the form number, and there should be a copy in the very back. And it's simply saying that I'm running for this office. Now, I think your copies are front and back, aren't they?
Yeah.
So the 501 on mine is, should be about 26. 26, okay. So this is your candidate intention statement. And this one is going to go to the state and they're going to give you a unique number and your FPPC number.
Yes.
Okay, and then they talk about finding it on Cal Access. If you'll look on page 16, this is what the Cal Access site looks like. And I look there all the time. So if I'm writing a check to a candidate and I need some money for one or three, just like I was for, and I need their FPPC number, I go to Cal Access and I find it. You can find it by name. There's any number of ways to find it. So there'll be a search up here. But you as the candidate, once you've submitted your 501, they will post it online and you can find it at that Cal Access site. Okay, so opening a bank account is always a thing. I've got several things back here on bank account. I think it's back on, let's see what things let's go to naming first. When you're naming your committee, there are certain requirements for it. And we've done this, I say we, groups and candidates that I've worked with, have done this where the name wasn't accepted. So you have to have the name, the year, the position, basically. So if you look on page 14, it talks about what naming requirements are for your committee, and you want to do it right the first time, right? You want to make sure that you got it right, so it doesn't delay you getting your number, your FPPC number. Okay, let's go back to, I should have numbered this, let's see, page 17, 18, and 19 is about opening a bank account. So you'll, the recommendation is that you get an employer identification number, an EIN. EINs are very easy to get, and you'll see on page 18 it talks about EIN numbers for political campaigns. So these are public documents. The documents that you file are public documents. You don't want your email. Your social security number in a public document. Get an EIN. It's very simple to do. You can do it online. It's a unique identification number for your FPPC filing. Then you go to a bank or credit union that will allow a campaign account. Now, I'm on page 19. Those are 3 that I have worked with. Caleb, where was yours? You didn't.
Yeah, because I only.
Yeah, you owned it. So again, there's a $2,000 threshold. You exceed that, you have to go to a bank account. This is over $2,000, $2,000 and over. You're opening a bank account. It is a unique account so that funds received, funds sent, all are reported on your FPPC report. They're solely for the campaign. You can't spend, actually, there was just a fellow that's now in the state legislature who just got called on this. He was buying big, expensive ticket packages for like San Francisco Giants games or something like that. He was entertaining groups of people, and somebody made a complaint, or maybe the FPPC started questioning it, and he just got dinged on it. So you never want that to happen.
You had mentioned that these are 3 banks that you use. Is this bank account a specific type of account that can only be opened at certain banks?
So the question is about where can you open these? Right. And you should first go to the bank that you bank with. Yeah. This is a service they should provide you.
Yeah, so Wells Fargo, B of A, Bank of the West, those are okay?
Yeah, it's if they will open it for you. Okay. I had, in 2016, I was treasurer for a fellow that ran for state center community college district. He had a Bank of America account. We opened the account at Bank of America. So it just depends. Because you already have a banking relationship, right? Go to the bank where you have a banking relationship and see if they will accept it. We have done one candidate, we did beneficial. Daren Miller, who did the video earlier, I was his treasurer a couple of times. Just think we're bold with Daren. And he had his accounts at the self-help credit union that is on Kings Canyon and Peach. Let me see. I have a candidate right now, or actually an office holder right now, who's at Community West. It just had a name change. It was called something else, a couple of months ago. So we have an account there. It's just my own bias. I don't like Wells Fargo. And actually I don't like Bank of America either. But if you have a banking relationship somewhere, go there first. Okay, and then on page 20, so because your campaign account is already regulated by the state, your FPPC account is already overseen by the state. IRS has exempted campaign accounts. And that's what 20, 21, and 22 about.
I was so worried about that because
Yeah.
I'm self-employed and I already have really extensive tax filings. And I was like,
Oh, sure.
what is this going to look like?
So that's what this IRS memo is about, is that you don't also have to file a tax, like an exempt tax report, but you don't have to file taxes, a tax report, an IRS report on a campaign account. So that's, what was it, 19, 20, 21, something like that?
Yeah,
2021.
Yeah, 2021, actually, the 2021, 22 is about getting an EIN. Let's see, what else? My apologies, I meant to make a copy of the filing calendar. So yeah, and actually I think they reference it here, filing schedule. On page 1, about halfway down, there's an underlined blue, it talks about the filing schedule. So in off years, in odd numbered years, as long as you have an open SPPC account, you must file. So I filed for a candidate that ran 2 or 3 years ago. He still doesn't want to close the account. And even though he lost the race, the account is still open. Nothing happens with it. We file every 6 months. There is a semi-annual filing.
Carole, what do you do with, say, the funding that's in there that they raised as their war chest, so to speak? Where does that go after the campaign, once you met your obligations?
There are rules on that. If you win your office, you can keep your account open and then presumably refile your statement so that it becomes the starting point for your next campaign.
As the office, as the incumbent.
As the incumbent. So for this one friend, we have an open campaign account and he's not going to run again. And what happens if you don't settle it out within a certain number of days, I think it's 90 days after the election, it becomes stale. And there are requirements on how you may dispose of those funds. Basically, it's you give it back to your donors. And so that's what we've talked about doing, and I think that's what we're going to do. It hasn't been done yet, so I just had to file a semi-annual for it. So during election year, the pace of filing accelerates. There are more frequent filings. So last year, I was filing for up to December 31st. So December 31st is the cutoff. And then I have to file an FPPC report by January 31st. And then the next period is January to June 30, and by June 31, I have to file for that half year. But as we go into this year, it accelerates as we get closer to the election. And my apologies, I forgot to put a calendar in there, but it accelerates as we get close to the election. So there'll be, I have just filed for 4 up to June 30th, and they have to be filed by the end of this month. I have 3 or 4, I've got 1 more to go. And then starting July 1st, I think the next, I forget what the next filing is, but we have an election in November. So we'll have a couple of pre-election filings, then there's the election, and there may be a post-election filing, and then we go back to a normal semi-annual filing. But it's so critical to know what those filing dates are because you're subject to penalty. If you file late, it's $10 a day, and that's $10 every day. That is Monday through Sunday, and you can imagine that $10 a day adds up real fast, and it's a lot of money. So filing on time and as best as you can is critical. You can always go back and correct. So, let me see. We talked about, there are, everything that you need is on the FPPC website. There I have 3 pages at the very outset that give you summaries and give you links. It's important, I can't say this strongly enough, our candidates need treasurers. They need to run successfully, and in order to do that, they need somebody handling the filing, handling the collection and reporting. Questions?
What's your experience? Just curious, let me just, your background.
You're about to.
To become a treasurer?
So none, absolutely none. So I ran for office in 2010. Incredibly, I got over 82,000 votes, but I lost to somebody who got 89,000. It was a record number of votes for that race and that year. And so as we're closing out my campaign, I took over because my wonderful treasurer had had enough by then. So I took over closing out my account, and then somebody asked me to be their treasurer, and I don't remember who it was, but I agreed to do it. And then it's so hard to find people willing to serve as treasurer, and I've got to say, there are treasurers that charge. I do not. I do this because I believe it's my obligation to support our candidates. And so, I did Daren's. And other friends that ran for office because you need a treasurer.
Yeah.
You must have a treasurer to run, so it's important. And then on some of these positions, it's like a homeowner's board. A homeowners association, once you get on, you can never get off. That's kind of what that is. So the handout has absolutely every reference I think that you need.
Does it have the phone number?
I'm sorry?
The phone number for their help?
Oh, yeah.
They're so helpful.
And I'm glad you said that. So what she has just said is how helpful FPPC is. This goes back to what I said initially. They don't want to come after you. They want to help you. And that's entirely my experience. If you have a question, you call or you email them and they will help you. They are not your enemy. They're not anything to be afraid of. They will help you. I don't know about FEC. Now, if you're filing federal, that's a whole other thing. But if you have any questions, I'm going to stick around until 2. Ask me, okay? But I appreciate you attending, and I hope you got something out of it. And so we're all back to the other room.
The idea here is that you're going to get a lot of you got a lot of information about a lot of topics today. And this is a lifelong learning experience about being successful candidates and representatives in your community. And the CVP puts this training on every year. So we'll continue to offer these trainings, but we'd encourage you all to connect with the professionals that have been teaching you all today. That being said, to put a bow on top, and I'm obviously speaking too loud into this, to put a bow on top of the presentation, now that you know what you know, you need to build your team so you're not doing this alone, and a couple people that are professionals in this industry and have a lot of experience are Nav and Nelson, who are presenting as a team today. They're going to take the presentation home. We'll open it up for Q&A when they're done. Building your campaign team. Welcome, guys.
Thank you, Bill. Hi, everyone. My name is Navkaram. I've been working in campaigns for the last 4 or 5 years. I actually started here in one of these trainings. It was on COVID in 2020. I remember being a student in this type of workshop. And before that, when I started in politics, came working on volunteering on Nelson's campaign when he was running for city council in 2018. So we'll talk about it a little bit throughout the presentation, but really I view kind of the trajectory in campaigns. You really start as a volunteer in some capacity, then you start kind of taking more of a little management role in either a certain capacity of the campaign, and now what I do is kind of more a wholesale consulting, which is helping kind of candidates put it all together. Helping them from the professional side to helping them, putting together who they want to hire for field, who they want to hire to do some digital aspects for them, and really building that whole campaign together. On some of the bigger ones and for the smaller ones, it's usually someone like me playing a more intricate role. But I'll let Nelson, Councilmember Esparza, introduce himself.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Councilmember Nelson Esparza. Once upon a time, Nav was my student in this very building. That's where he met me. He eagerly, after class, would come up and beg to volunteer on my city council campaign. He said, see me after the semester is over, or summer school was over, and he did, and the rest is history. And here we are. This is really Nav's presentation. I'm just here to kind of assist. The student has become the master. when it comes to building the campaign team. So I'll be here to kind of plug my components, tell you a little bit about my experience, both sort of volunteering and working on campaigns, and then obviously from very much from the candidate perspective, which I think many of you are probably the most interested in.
So I'm going to try to fly through this, and I'll have Nelson kind of give more of an anecdotal experiences from the presentation. So let's get right to it. So what we'll go over today is just kind of the roles in the campaign. I think you guys have seen it a few times now, and just the various aspects of a campaign. But I'm going to talk a little bit more about how the people, your friends, your family members, professionals, organizers, how they all fit together. The second thing we'll talk a little bit about is the role of a manager versus kind of a consultant. That's something that I think oftentimes, especially people that are newer to this space, don't really understand. And to me, the titles are kind of meaningless, but just in terms of kind of being the strategist and being the executor. And then the last thing we'll kind of go over briefly is setting up your kind of kitchen cabinet. Your close groups of friends and family that you can kind of lean on when, hey, I need to go pick up food for volunteers. But how you build that community within your campaign structure. So roles of a campaign. Just want to preface by saying I'm sure you've heard it a couple times today, but it really does take a village. It takes your entire family. If you're the candidate, oftentimes when I start working with a candidate, I'll tell them that make sure you have that conversation with your family because you're going to be out knocking on doors. You're going to be going to events. You're going to be spending your weekends dialing for dollars and phone banking, making sure that you get your family bought into that, and your close friends. Making sure that you're telling them, hey, I'm taking this endeavor and I'm gonna need capital, I'm gonna need cash. And it takes those $50 calls of, hey, I met you 2 years ago, I'm running for this and I need my community to step up. So local races are a big lift, just kind of the checklist of roles in a campaign. The top two ones, the treasurer. This is where you're filing your paperwork. You're reporting the money coming in, the money going out. I think Carole gave a detailed presentation on how that happens. The one thing I always tell candidates, that person should be a professional because this is the one aspect. If you mess up everything else, you probably lose the election. If you mess this part up, you're dealing with FPPC fines, you're dealing with the legality troubles. So always, really recommend a professional treasurer unless you're an accountant or someone that deals with money and can kind of figure it out. But really strongly recommends having a professional there. Campaign consultant, this is kind of the person that's going to help point you in the right directions. It should be someone with a little bit of experience. Someone that can tell you, hey, here's the list of progressive organizations that help in this way. Here's who you should talk to for that. Your campaign manager, this is kind of, especially in like a smaller campaign, it's probably a volunteer. It's probably a brother or a sister or a close friend that's really helping you execute. You as a candidate are spending so much time talking to donors, talking to volunteers, or talking to voters, that you want someone that can call volunteers. Hey, we're doing a phone bank this day, or we're doing a walk day this day, and they can help organize all that. So someone that's really helping you execute every aspect of all this. Field director, if you're a little bit of a bigger campaign, usually the campaign manager and the field director end up being the same person. But the field director is someone that's primarily in charge of the volunteers, helping, or if you have a paid team and you have a larger budget, someone that's helping coordinate, hey, we have this district, let's send these people here this weekend, let's send these people here this weekend, and we hit this area 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, we'll come back and knock on those doors again in a month. So someone that's kind of just making sure that the machine is flowing. Social media helper, I think especially in local races, we get really caught up in having a really flashy social media, but the truth really is, I think a presence online is important. You should have a Facebook page where people can reach out to you, but it's really not where you're distributing most of your information to the voters, and that's what we're trying to influence, it's the voters. And then outside of that, you're going to be dealing with a lot of outside vendors. You got, a sign shop that you're going to be buying your signs from. You're going to have print shops where you're going to be buying your literature from, your door hangers, your mail pieces. You work with mail houses, and most of the time that's where kind of the consultant role comes in, because this person knows here are union print shops in this town that can help get your and here's the cheapest rates, or here's who you go for this. So they can kind of point you in these directions. And then you'll probably even be dealing with some sort of online or text banking program. I know Neel over there and the Working Families Party does a really good job of helping candidates in this aspect. So really it's just, it takes a lot of components and these components have people. I'll let Nelson add anything.
Yeah, I would just add that really depending on the number of sort of people that you're going to need, well, it's all going to be contingent upon what you're running for. I mean, are you running for a tiny, school? When I say tiny, I mean like a very small district, a school board seat in a trustee area in a smaller town, or are you running for Congress on the other end of the spectrum? So obviously, the more the higher you go in terms of population within that district, within that jurisdiction, the more convoluted, the more expensive this will become. The more stakeholders there will be, the more help they are going to ultimately need. So this is really kind of the baseline, and some of these on a very small scale, like in a local school board race, you would consolidate a lot of these. In a larger race, like running for Congress, you're going to have all this and more. You would add potentially a full-time fundraiser that would help you fundraise or dial up the dollars. You might add a compliance attorney, right, with some of these very convoluted transactions. So the compliance attorney would work with your treasurer primarily, and then advise you just on navigating the legal landscape. So it really kind of expands and retracts depending upon the size of the campaign.
Thank you. So next up, this is a conversation I'll oftentimes have, especially when I'm working with a near first-time candidate, is really understanding, most of the time people will be like, oh, here's my campaign manager, or here's my consultant, and people, these terms get used interchangeably. So I just kind of want to break down my perspective on it. So I view the consultant, and this is probably the industry standard, someone that's there to kind of build your ship for you, and the campaign manager is the one that's going to kind of fly the ship. So the consultant's helping you with, helping put together a message, helping put together the professional side, going to the county clerk's office and actually filling out those paperworks, helping you navigate who to talk to and putting you in those directions. The manager is someone that's more so executing, someone that's out there organizing your volunteers, or if the consultant's like, hey, we're ordering signs here, the manager may be someone that actually places the order, goes and picks up the signs and distributes them. So just my own anecdote on it, I started volunteering on Nelson's city council campaign in 2018, did some other stuff both here and in LA in the 2020 cycle, and then in 2022 in the June primaries, I was Nelson's campaign manager, but I had other individuals that were the ones that were kind of guiding the ship. So they would tell me, hey, we're ordering this many mailers, can you make sure we get this paid? Can you talk to the treasurer to get the check moved over? So I was the one really doing more of the execution. We had a field team. I was in charge of helping manage them. But it was someone kind of above me that was helping guide me in what direction to go. Later on, that was a June primary in November, I kind of had figured out, I can do that role too. And that's when I started providing that service to candidates running for school board, community college board, small town city councils. So that was kind of the transition, and I think that's a transition for a lot of folks. Anything to add?
Yeah, just I guess from an anecdotal perspective, consultants really are critical. I mean, if you don't have a consultant, it becomes very, very evident to people, right? Because when you're executing, it's all very kind of scrambled and disorganized, and it'll come across both to like insider stakeholders, kind of like yourselves, but also to residents, right, who are kind of confused about what are you trying to say, what do you stand for. You don't have like even a logo or something, or something to hand off to me here at the door. So the consultants, you can't live with them, you can't live without them. Unfortunately, you got to cough up a few bucks and have somebody professional help you, and then you've got to either yourself or a friend or someone who can be paid, a campaign manager, to actually carry it all out. So both are very critical. I'll tell you, I first ran for office in 2016. I ran for the Fresno County Board of Education. Pretty large district in terms of population, but really not a lot of stakeholders. You can't really raise a lot of money for a seat like that. And so I had a consultant, but I pretty much executed the role. As I said earlier, I consolidated everything, and that was primarily myself. I played the role of candidate, I played the role of campaign manager, picking up my own literature, and all these logistics, running checks back and forth to my treasurer. Granted, I was much younger and single, didn't have any kids at that time. So you had all this, that was my life. I ate, slept, and breathed the campaign. So you got to find a way to carry all these things out. And if nobody else will, then it's up to you. I will say there's a trade-off between money, the amount of money you have, and the amount of time you have. If you have more of one or the other, that's what you're kind of rely on. So if you happen to have a bunch of money, which is not easy to necessarily obtain in politics, then yeah, you have the ability to hire all these different folks who can help you and fill in these gaps. If you don't have the money, or you're not the strongest fundraiser, then you're going to have to find a way to plug those gaps yourself, whether that's your own personal time, playing campaign manager, which in a lot of respects is not really recommended, or finding a volunteer like Nav or Tyler Maxwell or all the different folks who have been my campaign managers throughout the years. So you got to plug that gap somehow, some way. I know we're not doing the candidate coaching here, right, in this component, but if, for a seat that maybe is a little more sophisticated, like the city council, it's really not recommended that you play the campaign manager role and try and consolidate that. People are going to be able to see that. It's going to be really too much on your plate. Candidates should be raising money, seeking endorsements, and walking and knocking on doors. And if you're playing the campaign manager role, you're taking away from what the candidate should be doing.
Awesome, thank you. And then last up, kind of setting up your kitchen cabinet. What I always tell candidates, and this part, a lot of people try to forget it. Set up that close group of your high school friends, your friends, your family, and meet with them regularly. Get buy-in from your community, your village. And the regular meeting part really comes in is where they're holding you accountable, but you're also telling them, hey, as a candidate, I have, I got to be at this event, and then we got to knock on this many doors. And that's the group that can step up to the plate and help you out. So really, I think setting up that structure, and it's not, this group doesn't need to be, your professionals. Your consultant's probably not gonna, if you're meeting twice a week, they'll probably show up at one of those meetings. But your treasurer's not gonna be at this meeting. Your vendors aren't gonna be at this meeting. But it's your village, it's the folks that you've grown up with, the folks that share your vision on why you're running, and find a way to regularly meet with them, because they'll hold you accountable, and you're gonna hold them, they'll be helpful in filling the gaps. And kind of the last thing I'll kind of close out with is, oftentimes I see a lot of campaigns here locally that don't really spend money wisely. And we see this all the time where a campaign, let's say, raises $6,000. They'll spend $2,000 building a website, and then they'll spend $2,000 recording a fancy video. But how many voters are actually going to see that video? So these are kind of the four best ways, I think, the four most kind of crucial, from most important to least important ways a local campaign should operate. There's no substitute for it that's more persuasive than the candidate at the door themselves. When you knock on that person's door and you show up to them and you tell them why you're running and what your values are, and you can have that back and forth conversation, there's no better way, no much money you can be spent that's going to influence that voter to vote for you. The second, this continues to be, I was, when I was a little younger, I was like, oh, direct mail's changing. And then as we can have another presentation about it, but as you kind of start looking at who's voting, who's actually turning out to vote, oftentimes the turnout is the older votes. And the best way to reach them continues to be direct mail. Oftentimes younger candidates, I fall in this trap, we focus so much on digital and then we ignore direct mail. When that person gets a mailer inside their mailbox, at the very least, they're going to look at it from to getting it to taking it to the trash can. That 7-8 seconds is time that you're going to be able to register your name and a couple words that they'll associate with you. Signs continue to still be important. I mean, it's part of building that name ID. I think especially in small towns, I grew up in Selma, when you see a bunch of signs for a candidate, you see how much momentum they have. And this is a controversial take within campaign worlds. I think in Congress, you can't have enough signs to where people are going to really feel the momentum, but especially local races, school boards, city councils in smaller towns, I still see a lot of value in signs, especially the bigger ones, even more than the yard signs. And then this is becoming kind of a more increasing trend in campaigns, especially where we buy data from. There's more, I was looking at a kind of an article, back in 2008, 2012, we only had the cell phone of about 10% of voters in the state of California. Right now, PDI, which is the biggest vendor of data in the state of California, has over 60% of the cell phones of voters in the state of California. So now that we have their cell phones, you can reach them via text, you can reach them via digital ads, Facebook, YouTube, Google ads. But those are, a lot of candidates get caught up in that fourth part. It is definitely the fancier bell and whistle. I always tell candidates, let's get the fundamentals out of the way, and then we're gonna do that supplemental stuff too. But let's make sure we're good on the fundamentals. You got your volunteers knocking on doors, you're knocking on doors. Yeah, I'll let Nelson add anything else, and that pretty much concludes the presentation.
Yeah, so if you have a good consultant, they'll tell you all these things. That's pretty much the gist. I would say when you're choosing a consultant, you can't just choose any consultants. Be aware of snake oil salesmen or folks who don't really have a history of producing outcomes for their clients. Literally anybody in this field or industry or kind of just apparatus can throw up a one-page WordPress website, call themselves a consultant, or print some business cards. But you really want to look for folks who have a history of producing results. And there's going to be back and forth. I mean, sometimes you'll approach somebody and they'll say no. It's happened in the past, right? They'll say it for whatever reason, they're not willing to take your campaign up. Then you got to kind of go to number 2 or number 3 option. But you got to have sort of a baseline, kind of decent consultant who's not going to rake you over the coals financially. Gives just again this baseline advice and keep you very much on track. And then with respect to the campaign manager, that person can be someone potentially less experienced. It could be somebody who's just willing to work very, very hard, follow directions from you and the consultants, and learn along the way. So that part, that component, it can be somebody. It could be your, back in the day. I'm talking. I'll go back maybe 12 years ago and before then. You could run for Fresno City Council and say, yeah, me and my best friend, we're gonna get off work at 5 o'clock, and my best friend's the campaign manager, and now we're gonna go knock on some doors. The reality is, the politics here in the Valley have become a lot more sophisticated and kind of grown up in a way, and it's not that simple anymore. You do need to have a much more sophisticated operation with all these different components that are very, very organized. And if you don't, your opponent, probably will be able to pull that together. So there's all these different trade-offs you got to look out for. You find the right consultant, find some options. Again, beware because anybody can really call themselves that. Here in the Valley, we have a good handful of folks. You have folks like Nav, who's big on to take on some of the down ballot school board and smaller city council races. I've utilized Mr. Jason Carnes from Carnes Consulting over the years. He's worked on my campaigns. Pedro Ramirez is another. We have a few more, right? So we have really 5 to 6 kind of more well-known, and then even more kind of emerging who are learning, who are in that process of being able to, at some point, legitimately kind of put their name out there and say, I'm a consultant, and I specialize in these kinds of races. And that's another big thing, right? For county school board, I did not go seeking a consultant who specializes in wholesale congressional races, right? It's a very different kind of approach and specialty. So, long story short, is it all really depends. And once you kind of narrow in on what your goal is, you can work backwards to figure out what you need, and again, how to fill those gaps ultimately.
Awesome. Dillon, if we have time for questions.
Yeah, I think we're saving all the Q&A to the very end, so we'll invite, first of all, let's give it up for Nav and Nelson.
I'll throw my contact number up there if anyone's ever looking to get in touch. I always want to chat politics in the Valley.
Before we dive into Q&A and as people start piecing off, I want to make sure we do our thank yous again. So I want to thank Keys with the State Center Federation of Teachers for this wonderful thank you. Central Valley Partnership for being really very close to us. Dolores Foundation, Cecilia.
I also want to thank Vaughn and Brenda for putting on the event today and all the different. Okay, in that light, I think all the presenters that are left here would be happy to field questions and have an open dialogue. So if you'd like to ask some questions, I'll pass the mic around. And
I don't need a mic.
Well, it's for the folks online.
No, I was just going to say to Mr. Esparza and Mr.
Gurm.
Sure.
Let me know.
About the digital, going back to Mike Garbassi's first campaign. Now, the most expensive real estate for TV commercials is the Jeopardy Wheel of Fortune hour. That's the most set of eyeballs locally on network TV. But the cheapest for making your own commercial is your cell phone, your human tracking device, as I tell my students. And what Mike Garbassi did in his first campaign is he was pretending to be standing on a street corner, has his cousin go zooming around the corner, going, whoa, did you just see that? You elected the city council. I'm going to make sure that cops and everything for street racing and everything, because street racing was a big thing back in 2018, had his cousin just pretending to do donuts and everything on a street corner, has a free TV commercial, puts it on TikTok, puts it on Instagram, and people like my sister-in-law, who was really concerned because of my nieces and other people, he won 3 votes. My brother, my sister-in-law.
Did you have a question?
No, I was just saying for a statement in support of what they were saying and what they were saying about digital advertising campaign to help with getting ads and commercials to what they were saying. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you guys both for your presentation there. And yes, we do have great consultants like Nav and Pedro and other folks here in this area. Is there any benefit? We've seen a lot of energy consolidated into specific, whether it's specific consultants or specific candidates in this area. Is there any benefit to looking outside of this area for consultants?
Absolutely. You want to go?
Yes. No, I mean, the short answer is yes, absolutely. I traditionally have used, I've mentioned my local consultants I've worked with, but I have also worked with a number of outside consultants who, again, they may not be from here, but have some of that baseline knowledge, just how to run a campaign, ideas, strategies. Always beware, because these folks, they're very sharp, right? They know Los Angeles politics really, really well. They know Bay Area politics or Sacramento politics really, really well. They're some of the sharpest political minds in the state, but they've never lived here, right? And so you have to be cognizant, and again, build that kind of kitchen cabinet that Nav described around you to kind of ensure that you're still keeping very centered on the district and the valley, because these outside consultants just don't have that experience beyond maybe having some clients here. So 100% there is value, and I've hired several times out of the area, but you've got to keep that kind of home-centric folks, center of folks around you.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I mean, on that note, I've taken on races in Folsom. I go to law school in Davis. I don't think I've provided a full bio. So I actually spend a lot of time up in Sacramento and Yolo County. And really, I'm not going to know the issues there. I'm not going to know in Folsom the neighbors are concerned about the rapid amount of growth. Like, the candidates got to supplement that part themselves. And I think the best way you're going to know what your community's message is, a poll costs minimum of $12,000. Most local campaigns can afford it. It's the candidate at the door. When you knock on 1,000 doors, you're going to know what the neighbors' concerns are. You're going to know how they feel about X, Y, or Z issue. And you're going to know that the issues that keep coming up the most, that's the top issue. That's what they care about. And then the candidate's going to tell me, hey, I keep hearing that homelessness is a big issue. I went ahead and did some research and I put together my homelessness platform. Let's do a mailer about that. So it's always a give and take, and especially at the local level, when you're running a statewide or a congressional state senate campaign, you've got a poll that you'll commission in 15,000, and they'll tell you, after asking 500 people what the top issues are. But on a local level, it's going to be the candidate at the door. So the formula is very similar on a campaign. It's who's going to make your logo, who's going to help you put together a lit piece, where you're going to order from. Any consultant, it's pretty easy to you put a bid out to every single mail house and print house in the local area. Hopefully you'll use a union print house. Same thing with yard signs. You just put a bid out, you ask the 3 shops locally what their rates are, and you go with the cheapest one. So The formula is very similar, but it's that local component that, I mean, someone locally is going to just have an upper hand on.
And if I can add to that, Matthew, anybody that has family that does not live in Fresno, what do they think about Fresno? They think we're all riding cows to work, right?
Answer that one, Danilo, what they think about Fresno, with my family that did not live here. Their parents think, sorry from Fresno people, they think it's a lot of crime in Fresno. And it's not safe.
And they think that we're all like some country town on the side of the 99 freeway. So several years ago, before the local talent was grown, this is about 16 years ago, we had a high-end Sacramento consultant trying to win a local race here, and he put one of our local assembly candidates on a horse and sent a mailer out. And they're lobbying for a center of the city seat. You know, it's just a terrible look. So we have some really great homegrown talent, but you might want somebody that specializes in strategy voter-wise outside the area. Other questions? Wait, sorry.
So
This is for the online crowd.
Oh, okay, fantastic. So there were some people earlier who were talking about, running organizations that endorse candidates. So my question is, I can think of the two people that ran against Deb Nunez as an example of this, Phil Ohio and Andrew Jans. In the Central Valley, with all these really tightly contested races, how do you, select for a candidate that you think will be successful in that? Do you kind of try to find some in the middle of the road, and how would you do that from the perspective of the organization, not the candidate?
Probably good question for our organization.
So the question is, how do organizations try to stir up a candidate that can challenge for a high-profile congressional seat? Oh, man.
No, congressional candidate back
Generally, the candidates get vetted by folks out of DC, unfortunately, because for congressional races, the complexities of campaign finance is on another planet compared to everything in the state of California. So Andrew actually wanted to run. Nobody found Andrew. He knew a couple people, connected into the right folks, and all of a sudden he was running, and he was a miracle candidate. Andrew was great. His apparatus got transferred over to Phil. That could have went to anybody, but Phil happened to be the recipient of that. So it's not generally congressional challengers are either somebody that got plucked out of nowhere, like Devin Nunes, out of a family tree that they surrounded infrastructure around, or there's somebody that's been through it all. Like Jim Costa worked through every level of government to really, and same thing with Rudy Sal, that's what he's trying to do now, right? Adam Gray, they were staffers, and then they were staffers, and then they were underling, they kind of moved up the chain. But even the people at the top of the food chain, they go to DC and they get vetted by a group of folks that are not from here. And sometimes those DC folks don't approve of them, even though they have incredibly good campaigns and reputations here. So when you ask about Congress, it's a convoluted mix. There's not really a wonderful way to look at how Congress gets elected. There's a lot of corruption, a lot of two-party system stuff. You can't really, it's the one level of government that's impossible to really put logic to. So as it relates to what we're talking about here today, it's mostly local elections and real democracy. And I've been in here for 16 years, and it's different every time. So I wish I could give you a better answer, and if you guys want to comment on that, it's Congress. It's just crap.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. The candidates that are for Congress, their strength can be in building a base in the district over the years, and that DC might recognize that as a strength, or you could be some kind of establishment DC person and just be connected to all the money and lobbyists and the right folks, and they'll make you a star.
Yeah, like TJ Cox, for instance. TJ Cox was a great vote on all of our stuff. He turned out to be a terrible business person. He's probably going to go to jail. But at the time, before we knew that, DC plucked him out of one district, put him in another, then transferred him over here in front of Dolores Huerta's son, who we were all behind. And they put all this money behind him, and he happened to win. It was just, that's the best example. It doesn't always make sense. Dan?
Is this on?
That one's out.
Can you hear me now?
Hold on to it for a sec.
We're building a civic infrastructure, and
And I just wanted to note, when I see Reyes, Nav, Maria, Neel, Marisa, and this level of sophistication that's happened, especially in the city of Fresno, we didn't have to bring in any experts to talk to you all today. And now, what's the name of the game is we're going to translate what we've done in an urban center, rural. And we don't know necessarily how we're going to do that yet. But I did want to just ask a question in particular to Nelson. And I'll just preface it with a bit of a story. Nelson sat down in a cafe with me, and he had a folder out. This must have been one of your early campaigns. You believed in yourself so much, and some of the candidates, some of the people in this room are going to run, and they're not going to have some help at first. And what motivated you? And now you are a sophisticated candidate. You're giving real advice. I mean, so when that first launch, 2016, 2018, those first runs, as before you had the campaign consultant, how did you analyze? How did you have that book? I wish it was pages, and I didn't believe you. I thought, no way, this guy knows this much. You did know this much. That plan was in effect, and you've continued to mature and grow. Both of you guys. Some of these folks are running for the first time. They're naked. They're alone. They don't have the resources. If there's any kind of narrative to what you did as a leader and as elected, and Nav as somebody that's advising?
Yeah, no, thank you for that question, Dan. The folder, I remember that, the little portfolio I used to walk around with the first couple of years that I engaged in Fresno politics. So before, my background, I'm just a kid from Madera, right? I was born to a single mother. I had the privilege of just, I owe a debt of gratitude to our public higher ed system and just public education system in general, right? And it really is, for me, the socioeconomic ladder that helped climb me out of poverty and such. So, I don't come from anything, right? I just from good people, good family, good valley. But that portfolio that I used to walk around with, again, having the privilege of going to good institutions like UC Riverside, like UCLA, and just being surrounded by other smart people, having access to, just the mayors of those cities and consultants and former elected officials and folks like that, right? And of course, good academic professors, right? Some who were just strict academics, some who had been practitioners. Mike Dukakis was one of my former professors. The mayor of Riverside was one of my former professors. Just folks like that. To kind of just, iron sharpens iron, and you want to be around smart people. And that's one of the things I should have said earlier, in building your team. In any capacity, really. You want to surround yourself with people who are smarter than you, or who will eventually become smarter than you at some point, after they learn. So just being in sort of the right kind of apparatus, right, and having those kind of folks around me, that's a privilege. It was a real privilege. But to get into the specifics, my last, 6 months at UCLA when I was about to finish up grad school, I basically went to one of the professors in the department, said, hey, how about I put together a class, a curriculum about how to run for office? It's like, okay, pull together, let's see. So I put it together, maybe 10 books and some assignments, and I made a class for myself. And I got input from others around the campus, around the city, and I just kind of sunk my teeth into that kind of independent study under this poli-sci professor. And he was a professor, he's a PhD, but he had worked in the US Senate as a staffer for many, many years before going to academia. And under that guidance and just the folks they connected me to within that public policy school, I just learned a lot. I read books about fundraising, I read books about being a campaign manager, books about being a candidate, talked to folks who had done it before in all these different roles. Basically all these different roles you've seen and heard, I just dug into each and every one of them and sunk my teeth in as deep as I possibly could. And it was wanting to soak it all up. But despite all that, yeah, and even after that, I thought I was a genius, but I was not. So the portfolio was really good. It was a great blueprint, but there's nothing that'll teach you more than actually just getting into it. So when I was back still at UCLA, I would watch politics in the Valley from afar. I thought I knew what was going on. It's like, oh yeah, this is, progressives and this and that and the Republicans. And you get down here and you get into the game, and it's so much more complicated, right? It's like who hates who, what kind of history do they have? And it's bananas, right? It's a whole massive chessboard, right? And it's an ever-developing history, right? That continues. With the combination of just sort of like my self-taught kind of education in politics, meeting with actual engaging in the landscape, getting to talk to and learn from folks like yourself, and running a campaign and getting out in the field and talking to people, that really that was the most valuable component of the education, beyond just sort of, educating myself. So it was really a lot of self-taught stuff. I was very, very motivated, and lived here all my life. I just was, I didn't like what I saw in terms of leadership that didn't represent the communities that we have, and still in a lot of places in this valley, that's still very true.
So it'd be probably final question, if anybody has one last, so we can get everybody back to the campaign trail.
You got 4 hours to walk before sundown.
Yeah, in the blazing heat. All right.
$1 million question. How much does it financially would you say you would need to run a successful campaign here in the Valley?
Pick the level of government.
Yeah, it depends on the city. Which city are you thinking of?
Like your city councilman.
In Fresno?
Yes.
I would say to be competitive in a Fresno City Council race nowadays, you've got to hit, if you're hitting maybe 130 in the primary, you've got kind of a baseline campaign, and maybe, if you make it to the general, maybe 130.
For the primary.
Just for the primary, and that depends, for Fresno City Council. 130,000, I would say, is kind of like your baseline, and that's still relatively low if you want to be really, really competitive. We're talking inflation and stuff, right? Back 10 years ago, your baseline was closer to about 90, 100, would you say, Dillon? You were at 100 back in 2014, you're like, oh, this is a great candidate. But just inflation and prices of mail go up, prices of consultants go up. So 130 baseline to really kind of be formidable. The higher the better. So I think right now we're seeing folks come in at about 150 in the primary, maybe another 150 or plus in the general. So I actually, I've been able to double check, but my first campaign for city council in 2018, I believe is still the most expensive city council race in the history of the city ever. About almost $1 million total between 3 candidates. So I raised, it was bad. So it was bad. It was a lot of money. It was a ton of money. Almost $1 million total that cycle.
One thing I'll add is, I know you asked a question about the city of Fresno City Council. The city council in Fresno's got very, very sophisticated. But you also this is the 5th largest city in California. And I think sometimes we think of, it's Fresno and there's Madera right there and then there's Soma right there. The level of sophistication of Fresno is nowhere near the level of sophistication of Madera or Soma. It's light and day. City of Fresno's population is close to 600,000. Each council district is about 80,000 people. City is almost 20,000 people. So when you have a council district of 5,000 people, what you need to run and win out there is completely different. So just kind of keep that in mind, and always tell people, know your numbers of your district, know what the party breakdown is, the ethnic breakdowns, the number of renters versus homeowners. Really understand your district, and that'll help the rest of it make a lot of sense.
If you have a district, so again, if you're running for Selma City Council or maybe a smaller school board or a smaller town, if you have a district that's small enough to where you can walk those houses 3 times over, you might win with $500, honestly. Just get, ask your family and friends for just enough to print out your lit pieces, and it's just you and your feet and your shoes, and you circle and circle and circle. And if you have the right message and your value is in the right place, and people like you, they'll elect you. And we've seen it done. We've seen it done on very, very little money. But the larger the district becomes, unfortunately, the more of a role the money plays. So In a congressional race, yeah, it's not physically possible to ever knock on every door in a congressional district. You're gonna have to raise hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars.
Thank you. Let's call it good, everybody. Thank you.